Tattoon Ranma Story. Tattoon Ranma Story link. https://www.fanfiction.net/s/2million25,053/1/category Ranma genre supernatural/romance author Hungmyunifor link https://www.fanfiction.net/u/7890/last updated August 23, 2004 words 117,242 rating M status complete content Chapter 1 to 15 of 15 chapters. Source fanfiction.net summary. Rated for Vandal. Ranma decides that girls are nothing but trouble and tries to get away from his fiancée problems in Nerima. However, one last fiancée comes onto the scene, and she's definitely different. Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Another one of Genma's deals. Disclaimer: Tattoon Master and Ranma 1/2 belong to their respective creators, and this all just for fun. Note: now this is probably one of the most offbeat stories I could come up with. I really liked Tattoon Master and saw so many similarities with Oh My Goddess, Sailor Moon and of course, Ranma 1/2, so I figured, why not? I was disappointed to learn that there were only 2 episodes available and hope that Ad Video comes up with more. As for the main character acting, totally OC. Well, just read on. This story takes place somewhere after the anime episode of The Dragon's Whisker. Thoughts $left right Panda Signs Chapter 1 Another one of Genma's deals. 1 year after Ranma's birth, somewhere in the mountainous regions of Tibet, here is the worm who dared to try to steal the sacred scrolls. The head of the guard said as he unceremoniously shoved Genma Sodom's back, causing the idiot of a martial artist to fall to his knees. Beside him was another of the guards, who was cradling a small bundle in his arms. Inside his tent, Shire, the high priest of the Tattoon tribe, glared down at the wretch who had taken advantage of their hospitality and attempted to make off with his people's treasures. Shire was in his early 40s and was the father of 2 girls. He had long, red hair that had a few streaks of gray. His build was a bit on the lean side, but his mind was sharp as a tack and his powers made him very formidable. His youngest child Gala, or Nima as she was called by her mother, was about Ranma's age, while his eldest daughter was 2 years older. A week ago, Genma Sodom and his infant son had come straggling into their hidden valley, begging for food and shelter. The dishonest martial artist had already sold out his son and stolen him back a few times already. Normally, outsiders were not welcomed, but when they saw the baby on his back, they had taken pity and decided that it wouldn't hurt to give them some food and provisions. However, no sooner had the father regained his strength than his greed and thieving ways came to the fore. After seeing the amazing powers of the Tattoon tribe, he began to snoop around their village, eventually breaking into their archives in search of the secrets to their abilities. He would have made a clean getaway if Ranma hadn't awoken and started crying. That was all it took for the sentries to descend upon the thief and pounded him into submission. Genma was considered an exceptional martial artist at the time, but even he was no match for the elemental mystics and warriors of the Tattoon. Genma's fate and that of his baby boy rested in the hands of the leader of the Tattoon tribe, and he didn't appear to be in a forgiving mood. We took you in, nursed you and your son back from starvation, and this is how you repay us. Already, the mystic symbol on his forehead appeared and glowed as the leader of the tribe sought to rein in his anger. Give me one good reason why I should spare your miserable life. Genma was in no condition to fight after being subjected to the elemental attacks of the guards, not to mention the intense beating he received afterwards. So he did the only thing he could do. The crouch of the white tiger. Gao's father became disgusted as he watched the idiot grovel at his feet. He then made the symbol on his right hand appear and formed an energy blade to lop off the thief's head. He then looked over to the guards and his gaze fixated on the baby. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry. I'll give you anything you want. All that I have. Anything I want, eh? That child of his does have great potential. He looks to be about Gao's age. Gao's father then came to a decision and made the blade disappear. Perhaps we can arrange something. 16 years later, Ranma showed him of the school of the anything goes martial arts side as he saw Doom approaching, and began running. Now with most people, approaching Doom would be a one-time thing, but for the big-tailed martial artist, this was a daily occurrence. As he ran from the mob, he growled as he heard various voices calling from behind him. Mostly female. Arenamanobiake. Come back here and eat the lunch I made for you. Aaron. Come eat too. To delicious ramen. Ranma honey. I made this okonomiyaki specially for you. Ranma darling. Let us elope together. Ranma began to feel his anger boil at Akan, Yukio, Shampoo and Kodakai. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? It was bad enough that he was engaged to 3 girls against his will, all because of his stupid old man. Genma had engaged him to one of the 10 daughters before he was born, and it was just his rotten luck that he ended up being saddled with an uncouth tomboy who couldn't cook if her life depended on it. And he was pretty sure that his life would end if he were to eat Akan's toxic cooking. The Panda Man was also responsible for his engagement to Yukio Kwanji after promising him to her in exchange for her family's yatai as a dowry. Genma took the yatai and Ranma, but left Yukio behind. And if he hadn't taken Ranma to that stupid training ground in China, then Jews and Kyo would have never happened and Ranma wouldn't have ever met the Amazons and gotten involved with Shampoo. With 3 girls constantly fighting over him and Ranma always in the middle, the last thing he needed was for Kuno's psycho sister to take a shine to him. Unfortunately, she had formed an obsession with him and made life even less tolerable. Ranma had to look out for poisons, magic Amazon herbs, Akan's cooking and mallet, and whatever new fiancee that would pop up due to Genma's selling him out for food. Now that by itself would be enough to drive anyone to madness, but it didn't stop there. Due to his curse and the fact that he had these girls fighting over him, other problems had cropped up. Case in point, the other people who were pursuing him. Our enemy. Prepare to die. How dare you take my shampoo? Release my big-tailed goddess and aka Indio, foul sorcerer. Ranma's battle aura began to flare as the chase continued and the mob showed no signs of letting up. His emotions began to shift from depression, to tired, to resigned, to upset, to angry, and finally, he just decided to hell with it all. Akan was always hitting him whenever something goes wrong, even when it wasn't his fault. She never believed in him and he would always get pounded whenever he refused to eat her cookie or when one of his other sweeters got close. She always blamed him for everything and would tell him to go off and die. Her sister Nebiki would take advantage of their relationship and his curse to make money on him. Yukio, his best friend from childhood, was constantly reminding him of their engagement and was overly possessive. Shampoo was no better and treated him like a prize to be won, always deceiving him with false cures for his curse and drugging him with whatever magical potions and such. She had gotten her great-grandmother into the act as well. Kodakai. He didn't even want to recall all the times she fed him paralysis potions, sleeping drugs and whatnot in her maniacal obsession over him. With Ryoga, Kuno, and Mouse also after him, there just seemed to be no end in sight. His problems with girls were the cause of all this, and if this is what it's like, then he was going to have no more part of it. That's it. I've had it. Girls are nothing but trouble. I'm sick and tired of all of you girls fighting over Emmy and you guys going after Emmy because of it. As of now, all engagements are off. Ranma's aura suddenly flared like a supernova, causing the group to stop dead in their tracks. Ranma continued to build up his anger, and then glared at the three rivals at the front of the group. He then began addressing the girls in a voice that they barely recognized as his. I'm sick of you. He pointed a finger at Yukio. And you. He then gestured to Shampoo. And you. Kodakai flinched at the finger. And most of all, you. He glared at Akan as his anger hit the breaking point. He then turned to the boys. I never asked to be engaged to anybody and I certainly didn't steal anybody from anyone. If you guys want that UNCUD tomboy, that crazy Amazon or the other girls, then you can have them. This caused the girls to gasp in shock, as they had never seen Ranma act this way. Ronshin, you don't mean that. Aaron. Ranma, darling. Our anime no BK. The boys saw this as an opportunity to attack. Ranma. How dare you insult Akan? Prepare to face my blade, for your foul words against the beauteous Akan. I won't have you say bad things about my shampoo. Ranma couldn't believe it. Even after telling them that he had given up all claims, they were still after his blood. As he dodged the chains, bookin, umbrellas and bandanas, Ranma's battle aura began to grow even more intense. The pressure began to build, and finally, Ranma could stand no more. His ridiculously high limits for tolerance had finally been exceeded. Leave me alone. Nerima then suddenly shook with a huge explosion as a blast of pure, anger-driven ki suddenly flared and reduced a square block into a smoldering crater. Some time later, at the Tendo Dojo. How dare you break your engagement with a fiancee? Soon said as he went into his demon head. However, Ranma was unaffected this time as his red battle aura began to flare again. Nabiki and Kasumi looked on with interest and bits of uneasiness as Ranma faced up to her father's dreaded attack with absolutely no fear whatsoever. Akan was in her room and refused to see that Taka. In the past, Ranma always cringed at the sight of Soon's demon head, but not this time. In fact, Ranma seemed to be showing nothing but disdain as he growled at the Tendo Patriarch. I don't see why I can't break off the engagement. Akan does it all the time. Foolish boy, Genma said as he rushed up to support his friend. It is a matter of honor that. Wham! Nabiki and Kasumi were shocked as Ranma backhanded his father out the patio door and into the koi pond. Genma came up in his panda form with a look of utter disbelief. He was very surprised at the force in which his son had displayed. He had swatted him like an annoying gnat as he continued to glare at Soon's monstrous appearance. I repeat, Ranma growled as his red aura intensified, causing Soon's demon head to shrink. I ain't nobody's fiancé. In fact, I'm giving up girls altogether as they aren't nothing but trouble. His expression softened a bit as he looked at Kasumi. Though there are some exceptions. Soon took this sudden change as a sign to salvage the Tendo Sodom pledge. Does that mean that you want Kasumi? No. I said I'm giving up this whole thing completely. Yes and now. I quit. Do you hear? I quit. Without another word, Ranma then stomped up to the guest room and slammed the door behind him. The Tendos and Genma were in a state of shock for a few minutes, then soon started toward the stairs. He then felt a paw on his shoulder and looked over to see Genma holding up a sign. Number sign left parenthesis let him before now, Tendo. Gives him some time to cool off. I'm sure that he'll come around in a bit. After all, where can he go? Number sign up in the Tendo's guest room. Ranma, however, was not going to get over it. Not this time. He didn't know where he got the power to level a city block, but at the moment, he didn't care. After a year and a half of non-stop insanity, the big-tailed martial artist had finally come to the conclusion that his life in Nerima was just not worth it. It wasn't ever going to change, no matter how much he tried to make things better. It was a losing battle and even Ranma had a limit to how much he could tolerate. And he knew just who to blame for all the misery he had endured. His father. And girls. It was his father who had engaged him to an uncouth, violent tomboy without ever asking him. It was Genma's fault that he took Yukio's yatai in exchange for engaging his son to her. It was Genma's fault by dragging Ranma to China where they got mixed up with those crazy Amazons. Furthermore, because those girls had other suitors chasing after them, Ranma felt as if he had a sign on him that said, "Hey, your girl wants me. Kill me and you get the girl." And then there were the girls themselves that gave him grief. Shampoo and her potions and that old ghoul. Yukio and her over-possessiveness. Kodakai and her poisons. Akan and her damned temper. Mallet, horrible cooking and always jumping to conclusions. Enough was too much. If this is what it meant to be Ranma Sodom, then forget it. With this last thought, Genma's only son went to the closet and pulled out his backpack. Later, at dinner time, "I'm worried," Kasumi said as she sat down to eat with the others. "Ranma didn't come down for dinner." "So what?" Akan snorted as she ate. "It's not like that. I want that Taka down here. Let him go without dinner. We'd all be better off if he'd just leave." Soon turned to Genma, who was wolfing down his share and Ranma's like a vacuum cleaner. "I am getting concerned, Genma. Do you think Ranma really meant what he said about the engagement?" Genma waved it off. "Oh, don't worry about it, Tendo. That boy of mine won't ever go back on his honor. You'll see. Things will be back to normal and all of this will blow over by tomorrow." Speaking of things blowing over, Nabiki said, "What exactly happened this afternoon?" "The news said that some kind of bomb went off near the shopping district and the whole square block was leveled." Akan became silent at this as she recalled that incident. Ranma had let off some kind of blast that took out Kuno, Ryoga and Moose and sent them to the hospital. Yukio, Shampoo, Kodakai and herself had taken cover and escaped with only minor scratches. Akan had no idea that Ranma was capable of such a feat. Soon then made up his mind and addressed to his youngest daughter, "Akan, don't you think that it's time you made up with your fiancé and admit your true feelings to him?" This got Akan raged as she recalled his harsh words to her before the blast. "I told you. He's not my fiancé and I couldn't care less about him." Soon then turned to Kasumi and started weeping. "What? Kasumi?" she yelled at me. Akan winced as she went stomping up to Ranma's room. "Oh, all right. I'll go talk to that insensitive jerk." When she knocked on the door and shouted for Ranma, there was no answer. She became angrier by the moment as she knocked on the door again and called for him. There was still no reply. Finally, she decided to just barge in and fly open the door. Or enemy. The sight that greeted her made her stop in her tracks. The closet door was open and Ranma's backpack was missing. The window to the guest room was open and on the windowsill was a piece of paper with 2 words written in large kanji. "I quit." A few months later, in Hiroshima, Ranma was feeling good about himself as he entered the apartment that he had just leased. He was confident that none of the Nerima wrecking crew would ever find him. He thought back to the time he left the Tenbos and Genma for good. Flashback. As Akan and her family were eating dinner, Ranma quietly crept into Nabiki's room and began rifling through her private files. Contrary to popular belief, Ranma was not quite the naive, easily manipulated and dumb jock that the middle Tendo daughter had pegged him for. He knew that if he were to leave right at this moment, the others would surely hunt him down. That was the reason why he was in Nabiki's room and scanning all the listings of certain people. Ranma had decided that the best way to throw everyone off his trail was to totally remake himself. However, since he had no prior experience in creating a new identity, it made sense that Nabiki would have the resources to achieve such a goal. Ranma then smiled as he came across certain names and places and committed the information to memory. He then carefully pocketed the files, a large number of photo negatives, and a few computer disks into his pack, then crept out of the room via the window. Being with Genma had taught him one full skill, the art of thievery. End of flashback. Ranma then went to the bathroom and stared at himself in the mirror. He smiled at the effort he had put into making his new identity, and though it had cost him everything he had, it was worth it. After stealing the files, Ranma then contacted the Furankan Computer Club. Flashback. Late one night, a few days after Ranma had deserted the Tenbos. Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, we're not just talking about a change of name here. We're talking a whole new life, and if you do this, then you'll never be able to go back. Takuya Shibano looked up from his seat at the high school's computer room. Beside him, Ranma nodded. I'm sure. And remember, you do owe me for saving you and your friends from those bullies last month. I'll say, if it weren't for you, we'd all be in traction right now. Ranma then reached into his pack and pulled out a couple of computer disks and a folder. Here. What are these? All the blackmail information Nabiki has on you and the rest of the computer club. I made certain that these were the only hard copies in her house. And the disks have all her computer security codes. Takuya smiled as he got Ranma's meaning. His fingers began to dance on his keyboard as he logged onto the internet. Inserting a disk into his drive, he began hacking his way through the modem to Nabiki's PC. When he obtained the files which concerned him and the rest of the techno nerds, he made a grand gesture with his right index finger and gleefully pressed the key marked delete. In an instant all the data was wiped out. He then took out a disk from his desk and showed it to Ranma. A little something I whipped up for just such an occasion. My own, specially made computer virus that I call the Cyber Snake. Cyber Snake? Yep. I thought that the best revenge against a snake like Nabiki is to use a snake. Until now, I wasn't able to get this into her computer's mainframe, but since that you've given me the access codes. He then switched disks in the drive and punched in certain code sequence. Immediately, his virus was launched directly into Nabiki's computer. He gleefully laughed at his computer monitor. Here, take that Nebiki Tendo. Let's see how well your blackmail business goes when my snake slithers through your operating protocols and swallows up those numbers. Fa 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 fa. Oh boy. This guy needs to get out more often. Ranma sighed then got serious again. Okay, Shibana. You've had your fun. Now about that other favor. The computer nerd composed himself and nodded as he then began accessing the National Register of Japan. He then did some fancy hacking and 5 minutes later, brought up the file concerning Ranma Sodom. Looking up at the martial artist, he asked, "Last chance Ranma. Are you sure you want to destroy yourself? Once this is gone, then it's more than likely that no one will ever find the hard copy. You know how the bureaucracy is here in Japan." The former fiancé of Akantendo, Yukio Kwanji and Shampoo's husband, was silent for a very long time, then finally nodded. "Do it." Takuya took a deep breath, then punched in the codes to terminate the file. A moment later, there was a beep and all traces of Ranma Sodom, save for the person himself, was gone. Okay, Ranma. I mean, Takuya found himself at a loss. Technically, the person before him was now without an identity. The martial artist nodded as he began instructing his friend to create a new identity for him. He had thought long and hard on who he would be, and it was time to make his new self into a reality. A few hours later, Takuya and his friend exited the computer room. The computer hacker turned to face the person who had helped him and his fellow students. "Well, this is it, Ranma." The big-tailed teen shook his head. "Don't call me Ranma. He's dead. We killed him, remember?" "Yeah, I guess we did. So where are you heading?" The former son of Genma shook his head as he hefted his pack. "Can't tell you. The less you know, the less Nebiki or the others can get out of you if they ask. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help." He held out his hand. Takuya took it in his own hand and shook it. "I hope you find what you're looking for. Maybe. In any case, it's a sure bet that what I'm looking for ain't here. Goodbye, Takuya Shibana." As Ranma walked off toward his new destiny, Takuya nodded as he watched him leave Furinkan and Nerima itself. Farewell, Eric Kobayashi. End of flashback. Eric Kobayashi nodded as he held up a pair of shears. The new identity had been working so far. People who had met him since then knew him as a half-American whose parents had been killed in a plane crash overseas. He had chosen the Western name Eric and the common surname of Kobayashi to throw off anyone who would try to learn about his former life. He was now living in Hiroshima, working as a waiter in a small cafe. One of the most noticeable changes in his life was the absence of craziness when he was Ranma Sodom. That was the part that he liked the most. There was only one thing that still reminded him of his old existence, and he was now ready to destroy that final link to his past. With one deft movement, the length of hair that comprised his pigtail was sheared off and fell to the floor of the bathroom floor. Eric looked down at the massive hair and nodded. Now he could truly move on. Another month later. That will be 50 yen please. Ranma nodded as he handed the shopkeeper the money and took the green onions he had purchased. However, as she took the money, the old woman also took the cigarette in his mouth and said, "Your lungs will thank me for it." Ranma frowned at her as he walked away and said, "Yeesh. You women think you know everything, don't you?" He then trudged off to the small apartment that he was renting. As he walked, he began thinking about the past few months since he had abandoned his life as Ranma Sodom. It had been a hard life, to be sure, especially since he left with barely any money and only the clothes and camping supplies in his backpack. But for the first time in his life, Ranma was free to do what he wanted and when he wanted. Ranma Sodom could never do what he wanted, but Eric Kobayashi was free to do as he damned well pleased and he liked it. In addition to his new hairstyle and identity, he also changed his clothing style and was often seen wearing a white dress shirt that was half tucked into his school uniform's dress pants. The biggest change of all was Ranma's personality. Since his declaration to totally distance himself from females, Ranma had become an angry loner and outcast. And he was happy with his image. He had later taken to smoking. Whether this was due to being with Suntendo or it was to fit in with his new identity, Ranma didn't give it a second thought. He found the taste of nicotine to be very relaxing, even though he knew that it was bad for his health, especially for a martial artist. He wasn't a heavy smoker like Sun, only smoking one cigarette every few days or so. However, most people at school that knew him were under the impression that Ranma was a bona fide woman hater. Even with a new appearance, that certain something that always attracted women to him still drew the opposite sex to him like a magnet. Many schoolgirls had come to him asking for dates, but Ranma would always shoot them down without any compassion or subtlety. He would often state that women were useless and he'd rather stick his head into a blast furnace than commit to any girl. Since his experiences in Nerima, Ranma had decided that the less he had to do with girls, the better off he was. His language had become more profane as his bitterness increased. This did not go well with the others, especially with a certain girl named Lisa Fujinatsu, who happened to be the class president. Many of her peers thought of her as somewhat of a mental case and she made no secret of making her opinions and disgust known to all, especially with Ranma's woman-hating attitudes. That sweet Ranma just fine as he was reminded too much of Akan in her. Lisa was short-tempered and more than ready to use that longbow of hers on any that crossed her. There was a time in which Ranma thought they could at least be friends, when he helped her early on in the semester with her bicycle, but when she found out about his distaste toward women and how many hearts he had already broken, it all went downhill from there. Though he was known to be a woman-hater and often rumored to be gay, the students of the high school also knew him to be the toughest guy around and an unbeatable fighter. Ranma had kept up with his martial arts training and even developed some new techniques during the time he left the Tendo dojo. These skills had gotten him notoriety and even gained him a couple of admirers. In fact, as Ranma walked home, he saw the two he had saved from a vengeful football team. The adolescents were accosting a young schoolgirl of about 15 years of age. She was very nice looking and had long brown hair. "No, stop! I will scream!" The first teen, who had his black hair shaved close, smirked as he put his arm around her and said, "Sure. And you can show us what other noises you can make." Behind him, his friend also chuckled. The second teen had brown hair that was down in a kind of bowl cut. Both were wearing the school dress shirts and pants. Just as the first boy was about to take certain liberties on the girl, he was suddenly sent sprawling as a foot connected with his face. The boy clutched at his face in pain as he fell on his rear. "Oh, W." Ranma glared down at him and grunted. "Maybe that kick jump-started your brain. HMPH. And here I thought you couldn't get any more pathetic, Brody." Brody looked up at Ranma and grinned sheepishly. "Oh, hi Eric." He then gestured to the girl. "She and I went to junior high together and I was just asking her to go to the reunion with me. I'm still in junior high." The girl said out loud, only to have her mouth covered up by the other boys. She jabbed an elbow into his side, making him release her. Ranma knelt down at Brody and gave him a disdainful look. "Why waste your time in asking some girl for a date?" "Hey there," the girl said as she approached Ranma. "Wanna date me?" Ranma snorted as he got up and gave her the once-over. She had quite a slender and enticing figure. "But why? So you can flash your ass to every other guy when I'm not looking? Sheesh." He then turned and walked away without another word. The girl then gave Ranma's retreating form a gesture with her middle finger and said, "Hey, I should have known that you would have a boyfriend, you jerk." As Brody got up and stood with his friend, the other boy, whose name was Diner by the way, shook his head and said, "Man, he's got some way with women. Deep down, he's a hopeless romantic. Yeah. It's too bad that every female that meets with him wants to kill him," Brody remarked as he rubbed his sore nose. High above the streets, a lone and garbed figure suddenly appeared on a rooftop and looked down on the people below. The stranger then focused on Ranma as he walked home and was not fooled by his different-looking appearance or attitude. "I finally found him." It was near sunset as Ranma approached his apartment. As he trudged along, he thought back to his encounter with that girl and then to his previous life in Nerima. He then shook his head and thought, why would I want to complicate my life with something as unstable and useless as a woman? It was then that an abrupt wind was swept up, catching Ranma off guard and made him drop his grocery bag. He immediately went into a fighting stance as a cloud of dust appeared before him and then a mysterious person in a robe appeared before him. "Who are you?" The figure raised up a hand and the former heir to the anything goes glimpsed a strange glowing pattern on the back of her hand. "I found you," the figure said quietly. "Who are you?" Ranma repeated. Show me your face if you want something from me." It was then that a bright yellow light appeared in her palm and then elongated as she clenched it. It became a long shaft of light and the figure then leapt up to swing it toward him like a kind of sword. Ranma, being long experienced with opponents with swords, Kuno and Moose dodged the swipe and lashed out with a roundhouse kick. The stranger leapt over the kick and Ranma used the opportunity to grab at the flowing robes. The garment came away easily, but was empty as Ranma looked up at whom was diving at her from above. He found himself frozen at the sight that was silhouetted against the light of the full moon. He felt a bit of a nosebleed as he saw that the Gaian girl was like an angel from above, wielding a brilliant sword of light. She was dressed in a skimpy green outfit that resembled a bikini with a halter top that supported her more than ample bosom, even more so than shampoos, and that's saying a lot. Her long slender legs were wrapped in green leggings that ran up to mid-thigh and she wore calf-length sandals. Her long blonde hair was done up in a lush top-knot-like style and tied with a red ribbon. Her slim waist was also wrapped with a red sash. She had length sideburns done up in braids that reminded Ranma of Akan when he first met her. Her lush buxom figure seemed to radiate a kind of sensuality and power that made Ranma drop his guard and hatred for women for just an instant. However, an instant was all that Gala, the high priestess of the Tattoon tribe, needed as she swooped down and made an X motion with her hands, splitting her light blade into two and leaving a crisscross pattern on Ranma's forehead. Ranma stumbled back a bit as he felt a slight trickle of blood from the wound, which instantly sealed itself up. The girl then landed before him with a delighted sigh as she glanced at her handiwork. The former Nerima resident felt his body tingle as if some weird power was now coursing through his limbs and he found himself unable to move as the girl then moved up to him and framed his face with her hands. She then leaned over and gently kissed the mark on his forehead. She looked into Ranma's dumbfounded expression and gave him a small smile. "In keeping with the laws of the Tattoon tribe, you have just become my eternal husband. I'm your husband." Ranma leaped as he began having flashbacks of his experiences with a certain Amazon. Gala smiled as she continued. "I have searched long and hard for you. Looking for you is like looking for a drop of water in a desert. Now I finally found you." Gala finally gave into exhaustion and fell forward. Ranma instinctively caught her before she fell flat on her face and wondered what to do with her next, when a slip of paper fell out from her top and floated to the ground. The former fiancé of Akan, Yukio and Champa glanced down at the paper. He began to have a sinking feeling about this. Later on, Genma no Bake. Ranma clenched the paper that was in his hand and was so tempted to go back to Nerima and kick that stupid panda so hard that he'd better like life on Jupiter. Apparently, Genma had stumbled across the Tattoon tribe when Ranma was still an infant, and used him once again as a bargaining chip for his life. Some 16 years ago. What? Genma gasped as the high priest offered a bargain in exchange for his freedom. Genma showed him, I shall spare your wretched life, if you are willing to betroth your son to my daughter. Oh! Genma looked up in surprise as the high priest produced a sheet of paper and made some magical gestures. Words written in the Tattoon language appeared on it as the high priest stated his terms. If you wish to leave this valley alive, then you shall pledge your son to my daughter Bella. She will become the high priestess of our tribe someday and will need a strong husband by her side. You will be allowed to go with full provisions and to raise your child. But 16 years from now, Bella shall come to collect her husband. All you have to do is sign and let your child place his handprint here. Do you agree to this? Genma saw a glimmer of hope as he nodded. Of course, he had no intention of fulfilling the pact. Ranma was already promised to one of Sun Tenbo's daughters after all. Like the deal he made with the Daikaku clan, Genma was going to welch on the bargain, and these people will never get their hands on Ranma. After all, they would never be able to find them with just a signature and his son's handprint, right? What Genma did not know as he signed the paper and put his child's handprint on it, was that the Tattoon priest had cast a spell on the document which recorded Ranma's spiritual energies. The contract itself would lead Bella to her future husband. And it mattered not what the child was calling himself at the time, for the contract specifically promised the child whose handprint was on it, making it totally binding once Bella found her life mate. Present time. Ranma snarled as he looked at the contract again and then stomped to where Bella was resting. I thought I was finally over that engagement thing, but Potts just had to sell me out one more time. As he threw open the sliding door, he found that Bella was awake. She then looked up at him with loving eyes. Hello. Did you have a nice sleep? Ranma was just barely holding in his anger. Yes, thank you. And now my husband. I'm not your husband. Ranma shouted. It was like talking to shampoo all over again. But, according to tribal law, I'm supposed to get out of my home. Ranma shouted. Leave me alone. It was then that a sudden wind was suddenly swept up inside of the apartment as Bella stood up in a bit of a huff. Oh no. I want to go away. Bella's forehead glowed with an eerie light as a strange symbol appeared. I married you, so come here and be my husband. Oh crap. Ranma exclaimed as he started raising his own battle aura. The energies that the Tattoon priestess was emitting began to interact with Ranma's ki. Oh blast. Okay. Bella exclaimed. Hey BOM. The apartment shuddered as the conflicting energies collided with one another. By some miracle, the building remained intact as only the windows were blown out. Inside of the domicile, Ranma and Bella were on the floor, breathing hard after discharging all that power, as they looked at one another in shock. Ranma was the first to speak. Well, if you put it that way, then stay. To be continued. Author's notes. Now I know that a lot of you are saying that Ranma is acting way out of character, but with all the stuff that happened to him in the original series, Can you blame him? I always did like the rebel without a cause personality of Eric in the OAV, and I thought that if Ranma was pushed to the limit, then he might start dating girls as well, right? This was written on a dare when a friend challenged me to try and combine Ranma one half with Tattoon Master, and I think I didn't do a bad job with it. Where could I go with this? Well, I suppose that Ranma might learn how to use Tattoon power, and I have some ideas of the Nerima cast showing up. The scratch on Eric's head in the OAV allowed him to defeat Hydra, right? Maybe that mark on Ranma's head might cancel out the Jews and Kyokers. So many crazy ideas, so little time. Well, I finished with the rewrite and I like it. Basically, the story hasn't changed, but I felt the need to fill in some gaps and make it more fuller. The first chapter did seem like it was just repeating the Tattoon Master episode 1, so I added some extra scenes. I never thought that Tattoon Ranma would receive so many responses, and I'm glad that it's developed so much. I'm going to revising some of the other chapters as well, but I still will be continuing it as it goes along. I have about 15 chapters planned for this fic with the possibility of some more, so stay tuned. Chapter 2 Chapter 2 Ranma's Curse, and I don't me. Tattoon Ranma, Thoughts, Panda Signs. Chapter 2 Ranma's Curse, and I don't mean Jews and Kyo. 1 week after Ranma had left Nerima, Arana no Baka. Nabiki sighed as she watched her sister stomp into the house. Her little sister had been getting angrier each day since her fiancé had abandoned her and all his other obligations. With Ranma gone, it didn't take the male students of Furankan High long to realize that Akan was once again available. That meant that the old, defeat Akan so you can date her routine was back in full force. And guess who was the first to challenge her again? Stupid Kayuno. Stupid boys. Stupid perverts. This is all that BAKA's fault. Akan screamed as she slammed her book bag onto the floor before going up to her room. Nabiki sighed as she decided that now was the time to be concerned. She had been expecting Ranma to return in a few days after he had cooled off from that little incident, which had reduced the city block to rubble, but no one had seen or heard from him since then. He had never failed before to come back. After all, where could he go? However, he never came back to the Tendo home, never appeared at school, and he had not been sighted at his usual haunts for the past several days. Now it was time to face facts. Ranma had meant what he said when he had told her father and Genma that he was quitting. This wasn't good. Nabiki knew that her finances were going to take a sharp nosedive if her prime source of income was unavailable. Ranma would have to be found, and quickly. The middle Tendo daughter took a deep breath and decided to pull out every bit of information she had on Ranma in the hopes that they might provide her with a clue to his whereabouts. As she headed up to her room, she glanced over to the back patio where her father and Genma were involved in yet another round of shogi. However, they had a very depressed look about them as they didn't seem interested in the game. Soon it had been wailing non-stop ever since Ranma disappeared, whining and moaning about how the schools would never be joined. Genma had been trying to comfort his friend, but with no such luck, and often cursed the powers that be, as to how he had ended up with such an ungrateful child who would shirk his family's honor. Debiki knew that she had to find Ranma and get things back to the way they were, with her in control of course. She wasn't about to let him just walk away like that. Her and Debiki had always seen to it that he paid her, with interest. As she entered her room, she went straight to her computer and turned it on. After punching in her passwords, she then brought up the file on Ranma and found nothing. Huh? Where are my files? Debiki tried again to bring up the information she had on Ranma and ended up with a blank screen and a small message. File not found? What's going on? She made several more attempts, and then decided to try a different approach. She reached into a drawer of her desk to pull out the information she had saved on some disks. After all, a good mercenary like herself always kept back UPS. She took out a disk and inserted it into her drive. She then opened the file stored on the disk and was surprised to see her screen suddenly show static, then became blank again. A message flashed on her screen, saying that the files were not available. What the hell? Debiki decided to try another disk. However, as soon as she inserted it into the drive, it showed nothing but a blank screen. She tried again with a third disk, then a fourth. She went through all the disks concerning Ranma, 7 in all, and ended up with nothing but a blank screen. She couldn't understand what was going on until after her 7th try. After inserting the last disk and trying to access its contents, her screen suddenly flashed and the image of a cartoon snake with arms appeared and began a kind of slithering jig. It then hissed at Debiki, sticking out its tongue and pulling down the lower eyelid of its right eye at her, the Japanese raspberry. Then it spoke. Hello. All data in your computer and whatever disks you inserted has been eaten by the cyber snake. From one snake to another. Have a nice day. Debiki Tendo. Debiki blanched as she realized that someone had infected her computer with a virus, which meant she looked down at the disks and realized that their files must have been deleted when she inserted them. All the information on them and the hard drive was now lost. Whoever created this virus must have had a grudge with her to do something this complex. Of course, she wasn't exactly certain who it was, considering how many enemies she had made with her schemes. However, the middle daughter of Sun Tendo wasn't about to quit, not by a long shot. She may not be able to use her computer, but she still had hard copies of her records. She went over to where she kept all of her most secret information, including the most private files she had on Ranma. However, as she opened up the floorboard near her bed, and took out the box that was in it, she noticed that it felt lighter than she remembered. She began to get that sinking feeling as she opened it. The girl frowned as she saw that the stack of files was indeed lower. As she leafed through the papers, She noted that all records concerning Ranma were gone. She saw that the records of her dealings with the school's computer club were missing as well. She began to put two and two together. We now fast forward to the day after Gala had arrived. Gala woke as the rising sun cast its rays into the crudely repaired window of her bedroom. She let off a gentle yawn and stretched out. She then giggled a bit and decided to see if Ranma had awakened yet. As she removed the borrowed flannel pajama top that she used as a nightdress and began putting on her regular clothes, her thoughts went back to the night before. Ranma had displayed a kind of power that she had never encountered before, and had been actually able to deflect the blasts she had released. There was a kind of animal magnetism about him that drew her to him like a moth to a flame. But it wasn't his extraordinary power that she liked about him. Beneath that abrasive exterior, she could still feel the gentle soul within. That is what she felt when her father had given her the mystic contract. She felt his very spirit within that piece of paper and knew right off from the start that Ranma was the one for her. She just needed some time for him to get to know her, that's all. With a new determined feeling, she went out to look for him. She soon found him practicing in the backyard. As Ranma silently went through his katas, Gala found herself transfixed at the display of skill. Ranma was already aware of her presence but decided to ignore her as he went through his morning routines. He kicked and punched at invisible enemies. Every time he threw a punch, he saw Kuno's face being pulped. Every block deflected an imagined Lost Boy's attack and he could almost feel Methuse's cut when he kicked out with his feet. His movements seemed like some graceful ballet of combat. He made several 30-foot leaps into the air, often defying gravity for several seconds as he demonstrated the specialty of the Sodom school of the anything goes. After leaping about the backyard like a grasshopper that was experiencing a sugar rush, Ranma landed in front of a makeshift training dummy, which was a simple wooden post that was wrapped in cotton batting. KDCHUDNSHINGAMAGURIKN. Gala gasped as she saw her husband deliver 100 punches in about 5 seconds. The dummy was reduced to splinters and tattered cloth in moments. However, Ranma's frustrations and anger over the recent developments had not abated and his aura began to appear about him. It glowed a bright red and continued to enlarge as the martial artist decided to use the technique he had spent over a month in developing after leaving Nerima. After reducing a square block to rubble in Tokyo, he had decided to expand on the new key technique that he had inadvertently stumbled upon. Taking slow deep breaths, Ranma cupped his hands forward and held them out as if he were holding a ball. He slowly pulled them back until they were at his waistline on his right side. Concentrating his anger into the space between his palms, a ball of red, hot energy began to form. Gala then noticed something odd. The mark on Ranma's forehead began to glow and started to alter into a character of the Tattoon language. She knew what was happening and held her breath as her beloved prepared to release the energy. YHHHHH. As Ranma thrust his hands forward, his battle aura flared as he released his ki as one massive fireball. The projectile sped forward, then crashed into the wall of the backyard, exploding in a huge flash. When the blast subsided, there was a huge gaping hole in the concrete with melted edges. Ranma let off a tired sigh and collapsed to his knees, his angry aura fading away. It was then that Gala came rushing up to him and clomped onto him with a force that would have made Champagne with envy. "Darling, are you all right?" Ranma cried out. The last thing he needed was some girl clomping onto him. He tried to pry Gala off of him, but had no such luck as she continued to hold him and nuzzle against him. We now rewind to Nerima, a few days after Nabiki's computer files were erased. "Okay, Shabana, out with it. I know that either you or one of your friends was responsible for that virus that was fed into my computer," Nabiki accused as she faced the head of the Furankan Computer Club. Behind her were two of her cohorts who helped out with her blackmail and betting pools. The technoist shrugged as he replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about." He glanced over to his cohorts and addressed them. "Hey guys, were any of you messing around with Miss Tenbo's PC?" All the members of the club knew the truth, but after the great favors that Ranma had done for them, they weren't about to rat on their leader or their savior. "Nope. I never touched it. Why are you asking me? I had nothing to do with it." Takuya nodded as he faced Akan's sister again. "There, you see. None of my guys were responsible, and I certainly didn't do it." During the course of her mercenary career, Nabiki had picked up certain observation skills and intuition. Takuya Shibana and his fellow computer geeks were hiding their expressions well, but she knew that they were lying. The main problem was, she had no proof. The cybersnake virus that had destroyed her files had been very thorough and left no traces or clues of who created it. Her desktop would have to be scrapped as the virus had devastated its processor and motherboard. "Oh, and by the way, Nabiki," Takuya added, "the computer club had taken a vote, and it was unanimously decided that you and your friends are not going to get any more freebies. If you want new equipment and the latest software, then you're going to have to pay for it, just like everyone else. We're also not going to do any more hacking for you." Nabiki gave the team her self-styled smirk. "Oh really? And just what do you think the school board is going to say when I tell them about that ugly little incident last month? Just what do you think is going to happen when they learn who was responsible for planting that virus into the school records, HMM?" Shibana laughed as he replied, "Oh, I don't know. I mean, nobody admitted to the crime and there was no evidence." Nabiki's brow furrowed as she became more irritated. "Let's stop this nonsense now, Shibana. I want some answers. First of all, you can't tell me where Ranma is. Why are you asking me? I don't know where he is and nobody's seen him. Right, guys? Right?" The others said at once. Nebiki shrugged while reining in her anger at his smug expression. Alright. You can have your fun, but you will be telling me everything before the end of the day. I doubt it, since me and the guys don't know anything. Takuya said as he and the computer club turned around and walked away. The middle Tendo daughter fumed as she watched them leave. Mark my words, you'll soon be begging to tell me where Ranma Island. What? What do you mean it's gone? Nebiki exclaimed at Chidori. Her hench girl shrugged as she replied. I mean, it's gone. The evidence about the computer club, that you hid in the gym, is gone. I found this though. The girl handed her superior a piece of paper which had a typed message on it, saying, the CY beers make it struck. The message also had a cartoon image of the computer virus giving her a Japanese raspberry. Nebiki was not amused. Just then, Sanako came up to them. So did you get the dirt we collected on Takuya and Daimon? Nebiki asked. Takuya was the head of the club and Daimon was his right-hand man. They were the most likely people to ask about where Ranma had disappeared to. Sanako shook her head as she handed her boss another piece of paper which read, the CY beers make it struck again. Nebiki became even more irritated. Apparently, the hard copy files that had been stolen from her room had contained the locations of where she had hidden all the evidence she had collected on the computer club. It would be a waste of time to check the other places, since it was likely that Shibana and his friends would have raided those areas by now. Nebiki shook her head. Shaking down those techno geeks for information about Ranma's whereabouts was not going to be as easy as she thought. After all, their collective IQ ratings were a lot higher than that big-tailed jock's. There was just no way Ranma could have pulled it off on his own. Now we rejoin Ranma in the present. So I said to her, let's go to my place. Brody said as he, Diner and Ranma were hanging out near the side of a building, smoking cigarettes. Yeah, whatever. Ranma commented as he took a slow puff. These guys are so hopeless. I'll bet they'd give anything to be in the situation I'm in. Hell, I'd bet they'd even enjoy what I had to put up with in Nerima. Hoping to change the subject, Ranma took the cigarette out of his mouth and addressed them. Hey guys, how would you like to go out with a girl with magic powers? The two teens looked at their companion with puzzled expressions. Ranma growled at them and grabbed Brody by the front of his shirt. I'm trying to set you up, you dopes. Brody gave Ranma a nervous smile. Geez, take it easy man. Tyner grinned. This reminds me of the time my mother tried to set me up with the daughter of her best friend. She really turned out to be a real mental case. He gave the two of them a wink. It was at that moment that a girl with a longbow turned around the corner. The afternoon sunlight glinted off her large, wire-rimmed sunglasses as she glared at the three. I hope I'm not interrupting some male bonding experience, Lisa said with a bit of disdain. Hey Lisa, Tyner greeted. Brody freed himself from Ranma's grip and glared back at Lisa. He tried to put up his tough guy routine. Why don't you just leave us alone and go kiss some teacher's ass? Lisa's response was short and to the point. Literally, as she held up her bow and notched and arrow. Because I'm hunting morons. Brody then gave Lisa a nervous smile and laughed while waving his hand as he found himself in front of Lisa's arrow. See? Like I said. A real mental case. Tyner whispered to Ranma. The martial artist shrugged as he casually strolled away and leaped over the school walls. Lisa's expression softened as she watched Ranma depart. She lowered her bow and had a forlorn look in her eyes. Eric. When Ranma arrived at his home, he paused at the front door and wondered just what he was going to do with Gala. He wanted nothing to do with women and decided that she would just have to listen to reason and leave him alone. He steeled himself and opened the door. Hey Chai honey. What the? Gala bounced, in more ways than one, over to Ranma and had him in a glomp that nearly bowled the two of them over the railing. Gala sighed as she nuzzled close to him. Ranma became extremely nervous at the compromising position they were in. What are you doing? Someone might see us. Gala didn't answer immediately and continued to sigh contentedly. What are you so happy about? Ranma asked angrily as he tried to disentangle himself from her. Gala's smile became even more pronounced as she replied in a dreamy voice. Because now that you've returned, we can finally consummate our marriage by engaging in the physical act of love. Yay! Later that evening, Ranma scratched the back of his head while he was facing away from where Gala was kneeling. He tried his best to think up of a way to get Gala to give up this marriage nonsense and go back home. All he started off with was, "Up, Gala." Oh wait. Say that again. Huh? Ranma looked over his shoulder. You said my name for the very first time. That means you really do love me. With that, the high priestess of the Tattoon tribe tackled Ranma to the floor and hugged him tight. I knew it. My Ranma. Will you cut that out? The angry martial artist managed to wriggle free of her embrace and stood up. And don't call me Ranma. As far as I'm concerned, Ranma Sodom died months ago. The name's Eric Kobayashi and you've got the wrong guy. Gala went back to a kneeling position and took out the contract. I don't think so. The contract confirms that you are my husband. See? She moved the paper closer to him, which then gave off a white glow. This contract was signed by your father Genma Sodom and imprinted with your spiritual energies. That means that you are. Ranma angrily snatched the page out of her hand and turned his back to her. Sure enough, he recognized Genma's signature. He then paced back toward the other side of the room and muttered to himself. Damn stupid Oyaji. I should have known he'd sold me out to more than just the Kwanji and Daikaku families. Excuse me. Gala became confused. Ranma let off a tired sigh as he realized that he had just admitted that he was Ranma Sodom. Alright. I used to be Ranma Sodom, but I left my family and changed my name to Eric Kobayashi. I knew it. Gala launched herself again and happily glomped onto him and bowled him over again. My darling Ranma, I mean Eric. Hey, GGGGHHHHH. It was like being glomped by Yukio, Shampoo and Kodakai all at once. Cut that out. Get off me, will ya? After pushing the affectionate priestess off him, Ranma stood up, faced her and said, "As I was saying, this contract was made when I was too young to know anything. That stupid panda that I used to call my pot did this to save his own skin. If I had known what I was signing, I would have not done it. Besides, you're not my type. Not your type," Gala said with anger as she stood up to face him. "So what kind of girl is your type? Or do you prefer men?" Ranma became flustered at the accusation. "Hey, I'm not gay." "Then why won't you fall in love with me?" "Because I don't know you," Ranma shouted out. "Love me!" Gala cried out as she took hold of the contract that was still clenched in Ranma's hand. "Back off! Love me!" The contract came apart into two pieces, as Gala sank to her knees, clutching her half, which began to glow with an eerie light. Ranma became speechless as he saw tears beginning to form in her eyes. His fingers became limp and the shred of paper dropped towards the floor. However, it did not land on the tatami mats as it glowed with that same white light, and flew toward the piece that was clutched in Gala's hands. In less than an instant, the two halves of the contract fused together into one piece again, as if the contract had never been torn. It was at that moment that Gala's tears began to flow. "From the first moment I was given the contract, I loved you. Even though you were just some handprint on a piece of paper, I could feel the gentle soul within you, and when we met, I knew that you had what I wanted in a husband. If you had rejected me that first time, I would have gone away. But you were so kind and nursed me back to health. I knew from that moment that my love for you would never die." As Gala looked up at him with those soulful eyes, Ranma winced as he felt that old familiar feeling which just couldn't stand to see a girl in tears. He let off a sigh and said, "Look, I really don't know what to say, but I'm not the guy you're looking for. You are." Gala insisted as she came to her feet, clutching the contract to her chest. "I'm not," Ranma said adamantly. "Your feelings can change." Gala continued to insist. "What if I don't want to change?" Ranma said as he walked over to the dining table. "Besides," his gaze then fell on a glass of ice water, "there's something about me that would probably make you rethink about this marriage idea of yours." "What do you mean?" Gala asked. Ranma gave a long heavy sigh and then picked up the glass. "I guess it's best that I show you. Maybe this will convince you that I'm not husband material." He promptly dumped the contents of the glass over his head and turned to face her. "See? See what?" At that moment, Ranma looked down at himself and saw no additional fullness in his chest. He used his hands to feel for breasts, but didn't find any. What's going on? Why isn't it happening? What's supposed to happen? Gala asked. Why did you dump water on yourself? And why are you feeling your chest? Ranma didn't answer as he ran to the bathroom and turned on the cold water faucet. He repeatedly splashed himself in the face and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. His hair did not take on its usual red coloring, nor did he reduce in stature. When he looked down his pants and confirmed that a certain part of his anatomy was still present, he then looked back up at his reflection with wide-eyed shock. It was then that he stared at the X-shaped mark on his forehead and recalled the odd feeling he had when Gala scratched him. He ran back into the living room and pointed to the mark as he addressed Gala. Did you do this? What do you mean? Gala asked innocently. Did you remove my Juzenkyo curse when you scratched me? Juzenkyo? You were at Juzenkyo? Why were you at that awful place? Gala became even more confused. You know about Juzenkyo? Ranma asked. Gala nodded. As part of my training to be the Tattoon tribe's high priestess, I did visit Juzenkyo. She got up and raised a palm in front of Ranma and focused her energy. The tattoo symbol that was usually hidden from sight appeared on the back of her hand as she mystically probed her husband. She then gasped. Oh! You did get cursed by Juzenkyo, but I can only feel traces of that curse now and even those are fading away. You mean I'm cured? Ranma became speechless. After all the troubles the curse had caused with both girls and boys, it was now gone. The girl with whom he wanted nothing to do with had freed him of the cause of so many of his pains in Nerima. Gala studied Ranma a little more before lowering her hand and made the tattoo disappear. I see. When I gave you the mark of bonding, it must have interacted with your Juzenkyo curse and cancelled it out. I don't know what to say. I can't believe I'm free of it. Ranma couldn't think of anything more to say but thank you. Welcome, darling. Gala glomped onto him once more. Ranma's hatred of women soon surfaced as he pushed her away. Look, Gala, oh, I am grateful that I'm cured and all. That still doesn't change the fact that I'm not going to go along with this marriage thing. I had enough of that crap back in Nerima, and I certainly don't want to start that again. I'm sorry, but you're just going to have to forget about this. But the contract? Screw that frigging contract. I'll never fall in love. Ranma retorted as he turned away from her and headed toward the door. If you won't leave, then I guess I will. He slammed the door behind him, leaving Gala alone with her thoughts. Later that night, Tyner heard a rap on his bedroom window and saw Ranma clinging to the side and gesturing him to open the window. What are you doing, man? Tyner asked as he opened the window and saw that Ranma was just barely keeping his footing on a narrow ledge. Hey, can I crash here with you tonight? You are just too much. Back in Nerima, a few months before, the Tendo family had begun to realize just how important Ranma's presence was to holding Nerima together. For one thing, without Ranma, There was nothing to keep Dako's eye in check. Woo-ho! What a haul! What a haul! Soon was on the verge of another nervous breakdown as his perverted master came in with more than twice the amount of stolen women's underwear than the night before. Usually, Ranma was there to stop Dako's eye from going overboard, but without him, the unmentionables of every female in Tokyo was at the mercy of the greatest evil in all of Japan. OH! The horror! The Tendo patriarch wailed, as he knew that if anyone were to know that the dreaded underwear thief was residing at his home, then the dignity and prestige of the Tendo dojo would be ruined. Not that it had a reputation to begin with, but soon turned to his friend while sobbing. Oh Sodom! What is to become of our dream to unite the schools? Where is your son? Now Tendo, I'm sure that Ranma will turn up soon, Genma feebly assured. That's what you said a month ago. At that time, Dako's eye went skipping toward the front door. Well, see you later, boys. I'm off to work. Baby, but master, you just came back. I just got my second wind. I trying to beat my personal best. By now. Soon began wailing anew as Genma could only shake his head. Blast it. Where is that boy? He cursed anew at the fates who had given him such an unworthy son. A son who would jeopardize his family honor and his father's well-deserved and luxurious early retirement. And Nodoka? What would his wife think when she learned that their only son was missing? The cursed martial artist began absently rubbing his neck with his hand as he thought about the consequences about a certain contract he had signed when he took Ranma on that 10-year training journey. He then began thinking about another contract he had signed years ago. He breathed out a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about that promise. Back to Hiroshima, present time. Back at Ranma's apartment, Gala continued to gaze at the contract and began having thoughts about her last discussion with her father, a few weeks before she left to search for her betrothed. Flashback. So this Ranma is my husband? Gala asked as her father gave her the contract. Yes, child. You were both betrothed 16 years ago and it is now time for you to claim him. Is he a good person? Child took in a deep breath before saying, well, I'm not sure since he was no more than a year old when I last saw him. However, I sensed great potential and a kind heart, unlike his father. Gala smiled as she sensed the same from the spiritual impressions on the contract. He will be a good man. I will take him. Gala's father nodded as he said, I wouldn't have engaged him to you if I wasn't certain that he would be a fine husband. Now I imagine that he will fight this, but do not despair. I'm certain that he will come around if you have patience. End of flashback. Gala smiled at the memory of her father's words. She decided to redouble her efforts and spend as much time with Ranma as she could. That meant going with him to school. She then went into Ranma's closet and drawers for anything for her to wear. She came across an old school uniform that her formerly cursed husband had been using when in his altered form. She wondered why Ranma would have such a thing, but then shrugged it off. Seeing that the uniform was a bit small for her, she decided to make some alterations. Fortunately, she was quite an adept seamstress. The very next morning, Ranma and his friends were casually strolling down the front schoolyard. Brody and Denier were walking behind a tired and very depressed martial artist and wondered why he was giving them the silent treatment. Somebody got up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, Diner remarked. Hey man, do you need any help? Brody asked. Ranma pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Yeah. Too bad you don't know anything about girls. Just leave me alone. During the night, he had felt guilty about leaving Gallo the way he did and wondered if he should go back home to apologize to her. He reversed his direction and started heading away from the schoolyard. It's a little early to be leaving school, don't you think, Eric? Ranma frowned as he saw Lisa glare at him. He then shrugged and replied as he sidestepped her and continued on. Well, I guess you don't know me very well. I've heard the rumors. Woman hater. It was at that moment that Ranma heard a familiar, bubbly voice from the second floor. Hi, Eric. Huh? He looked up and saw Gallo waving from a window. A large sweat drop appeared on the back of his head and his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? He saw the priestess lean forward and prepared to jump out of the window. No! Not here! H. The martial artist sped forward and leapt high to intercept Gallo as she came down. As they landed with Gallo in his arms, Ranma gritted his teeth and reined in his anger. What the hell are you doing here? Gallo shrugged as she said, I wanted to be here to make sure you showed up. Why can't I understand anything you say? Ranma commented as he set her down, then pointed at what she was wearing. What the? Where did you get that school uniform? It looked awfully familiar. Gallo held up the skirt, showing off her fabulous legs and said, I found it in one of your drawers. It was a bit small, so I had it altered and... Ranma wasn't listening as he slapped his forehead and muttered, Why me? I should be looking into therapy. Somebody has been keeping secrets. Brody said as he pushed Lisa to one side. Introduce us to your chick, man. Denier said as he roughly pushed Lisa to the other side. Lover boys. The two teased as they approached them, but Ranma responded with two elbows to their guts and followed by two backhand fists to their faces. OW. Lisa stepped forward angrily and stood defiantly in front of the two. Will somebody explain to me what's going on? Don't tell me that this girl has made the mistake of falling in love with you, Eric. Gallo cheerfully waved to Lisa and said, Hi. I'm Gallo and Eric and I got married and... MMPF. She was quickly cut off as Ranma covered her mouth. Homeroom. Brody and Denier said as they were told of the bombshell. I can't believe that you went, and like totally got married, dude. Denier remarked in awe. I guess I shouldn't have believed all those crazy stories that went around about you being gay, Brody said with a sheepish grin. You just reminded me, Brody. I win the bet and you like totally owe me 5,000 yen. Will you guys knock it off? Ranma growled as Gala continued to hang on to him and sighing contentedly. Isn't he a dream? Gala said. Hey, can I date your wife? Denier asked. Hey, me first. Brody said. I can't believe that this is happening, Lisa said as she approached Ranma and Gala. What kind of idiot would fall in love with a jerk like him? How could you even call yourself a woman? Traitor! Knock it off, you psycho! Ranma said as he tensed up when Lisa began drawing her bow at him. I'd be doing her a favor, Eric. Lisa retorted as she began to take aim. This made all the other students nervous, as a potential situation was about to explode. Ranma began thinking of the best way to disarm her, when Gala suddenly stepped in front of him and took a stance. Don't you say such things about my Eric. You mess with him, you mess with me. You would be no match for me. Lisa spat back. Ranma groaned. This was happening just like in Nerima, and what got him on his girl-hating attitude. Once again, he was being given no say in the matter and two girls were fighting over him like some kind of prize. He then blanched as he saw the tattoos on Gala's hand begin to appear and a sudden wind was blowing in the classroom. Ranma made the decision to defuse the situation and promptly grabbed Gala by the waist and dashed out of the room in a huge dust cloud. You can't escape! Lisa cried out as she tried to follow, but by that time, Ranma and Gala were long gone. Down the roof. Look, I don't want you picking any fights with that girl, okay? Ranma said. Gala wasn't convinced. She appears to be your enemy. The enemy of my husband is my enemy as well. It's not like that, okay? Ranma snapped, then calmed down. Lisa's just a very lonely girl, that's all. I really don't think she'd hurt anyone, you know what I mean. Gala's expression softened as she smiled at her beloved. You know what? Underneath that gruff exterior is a kind and sweet person, just like I knew there was. Ranma became very agitated as he tried to deny it. If I'm so sweet and kind, then how come everyone treats me like some kind of angry outcast? Because that's what I am, damn it. Oh, I don't think so. Gala giggled as she clomped onto him and nuzzled close. Yay! As Ranma tried to pry her off, a random thought came into his head. I don't know why girls keep coming after me. It's a curse. A goddamned curse. Nerima, 2 months after Ranma's desertion. I wish these stupid idiots would just lay off. Akan said as she finished off the last of the morning mob. After Ranma had left, Akan was now constantly fighting hordes of boys who wanted to date her. It wasn't limited to mornings either. Now they were attacking her at every opportunity. Naturally, she blamed it all on Ranma and took out her frustrations on the hordes of Rendas. Kuno was the worst of the lot as he redoubled his efforts to win his beautiful tigress and lamented about how the pig-tailed goddess was still in Sodom's clutches. As if Kuno and the morning mobs weren't bad enough, Shampoo, Yukio and Kodakai had placed her at the top of their hit lists as they blamed her for making Ranma abandon them. Constantly being attacked by an angry Amazon, a Naruto Konomiyaki chef and a psychotic gymnast had made her life totally unbearable. One or the others attacked her several times a day and of course, she blamed this on Ranma as well. The Tendo Dojo had also suffered on hard times. With Ranma gone, Nabiki's major source of income had also vanished. With no pictures of the pig-tailed girl, betting outcomes on fights or other blackmail schemes in the works, the income flow had taken a sharp nosedive. Genma's appetite was taxing the Tendo's food bill. There was no help from either him or Soon as both would just moan and on about how the schools would never be joined. Takozai was now unstoppable in his panty raids. Akan blamed all of this on Ranma. Ryoga had been on a kind of vengeance kick as he blamed all the problems that Akan was experiencing on Ranma. Of course, Akan still didn't know about P-chan and thought that whatever Ryoga was currently feeling was also Ranma's fault. It always was, wasn't it? As Nerima began to go even further downhill, in her room, Nabiki nodded as she checked through several records. Since questioning and trying to blackmail the Furankan Computer Club had been a dismal failure, the mercenary sister of Akan and Kasumi had to resort to other sources of information. She had questioned the other students of the high school and had only been able to piece together a scant hypothesis of what could have happened to Ranma and where he was now. It was obvious that he was no longer in Tokyo. After all, his exploits had made him a local legend in the martial arts circles and he was very easy to recognize. However, as the search for him expanded, Nabiki had only begun to pick up some very faint clues to his whereabouts. She had followed a lot of false leads and such before finally coming across a few individuals who had glimpsed Ranma getting aboard a bullet train heading out to Kyoto. However, the trail had grown cold, for he could have gone anywhere after getting off the train, even out of Japan itself. Nabiki wasn't about to give up. She knew that Ranma was out there, somewhere, and she would find him. She had invested too much in him for her to lose him now. And when she did find him, he would pay everything that he had to her, with interest. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, I hope this rewrite has been enjoyable and cleared up a few things as well as fleshed things out. I decided to show some scenes on how the rest of the Nerima gang had fared when Ranma left them and I'll add more in the next few chapters, which will eventually lead up to the NWC finding Ranma. However, they'd better watch out, cause Ranma/Eric isn't going to give up his new life without a fight. Tattoon Ranma has become quite enjoyable to write, but all things must come to an end and this fic will have a definite conclusion. I just want to have much fun as I can getting there. Chapter 3 Chapter 3 Fight. Tattoon Ranma disclaimer, help. I've started writing and I can't stop. Thoughts Chapter 3 Fight. At the archery range of Ranma's school, Lisa Fujinatsu was practicing with her longbow. As she quietly notched another one of her arrows, and took aim at the center target, her thoughts went back to her last encounter with Eric and that blonde floozy who claimed to be his wife. Flashback. Gala, you mess with him, and then you'll mess with me. End of flashback. FFFFT. THUNK. Lisa frowned as her arrow hit the outer ring of the target. Definitely not her best. She sighed as she then lined up another arrow and drew back the bowstring. Just as she took aim and was about to release. Hi Lisa. FFFT. Lisa was frantically waving her bow as Gala had suddenly appeared before her. The Tattoon girl was now standing on one leg with her head thrown back with an arrow protruding from her forehead. Gala's right hand was clutching the shaft near its point. Lisa had never actually killed anyone with her arrows before and thought that this was the end, when Gala then straightened up and showed that she had just barely caught the arrow before it had hit her on the head. Whew! That was close, Gala said in relief. She then looked down at Lisa, who was lying on the ground with one leg raised and bent haphazardly. You know, like Ranma used to do. Gala smiled down at the Fujinatsu girl and smiled. Let's be friends. Lisa angrily sat up and glared at the high priestess. What are you doing here, traitor? Nerima. 3 months after Ranma left, Nabiki growled as she looked at the latest figures that her flunky had handed to her. Blackmail was down. Betting pools were down. Extortion was down by 85%, especially with the computer club. Who would thought that those techno geeks would develop backbones after Ranma had departed? Furthermore, Shibana and his crew were not just protecting themselves from the Ice Queen's reach. They had somehow gotten a hold of the computer and hard copy files that the Middleton daughter had on the other students at Furinken. What she didn't know was that Shibana's cybersnake virus had copied all of her files and downloaded the information to his own computer before destroying the records in her PC. This included the locations of all the hard copy files of her other clients, as well as her information sources. Now a large number of students and even some of the teaching staff were breaking free of her control. They knew who worked for her and what kind of dirt she had on them. Without those files, Nabiki couldn't force them to do her bidding anymore. The baseball, soccer, and basketball teams were now refusing to throw games to fix the odds for her betting pools. The chemistry and other science clubs had banded with Shibana's, cutting off her supplies to technology, chemicals and other such equipment. The journalist and video clubs denied her access to the microphones, cameras and camcorders. The school newspaper wasn't letting her anywhere near the printing press. The writing clubs were not going to forge or falsify any notes, letters and documents for her. With her main support in Ranma gone, Nabuki's empire had slowly but surely begun to crumble. Present time, Hiroshima. FFFT. THUNK. A bullseye this time. What the heck do you see in a jerk like Eric anyway? Lisa asked as she notched another arrow. Gala was kneeling to her left. Gala shrugged a bit while still smiling as she replied. I know that raw. I mean, Eric can come off as a bit abrasive. A bit abrasive? Lisa stressed as she drew back her bowstring and took aim. All right, a lot abrasive. Gala amended. But you should hear the nice and tender things he said about you. FFFT. THUNK. The arrow struck more than 5 inches to the right of the target's edge. Lisa frowned as she notched another arrow and took aim. Eric really does have a sensitive side and he just doesn't want people to know that he really has some affection for you. FFFT. THUNK. Lisa's sweat dropped as she saw that her arrow had missed the target completely and struck the wall a good 2 feet above it. Gala then grinned as she said, "Oh, I get it. You like him too." "I do not," Lisa said as she began frantically waving her arms in denial. "How can you suggest that I like a jerk like him?" "But it's so obvious," Gala said, her innocence and naivete being apparent. Lisa's anger began to skyrocket, as she couldn't believe that any girl would hold Ranma up in so high a regard, despite the emotions that he invoked in her and all the other girls that had approached him. "Listen here, Gala. Eric has broken the hearts of way too many girls at my school. If you're going to defend him, then we're just going to have to settle this another way." Oh. Evening, Ranma's apartment. "What do you mean that you're going to fight a duel?" Ranma gasped after Gala had told him of what had happened that afternoon. At the moment, he was busy preparing dinner. "Didn't I tell you not to pick any fights with that girl?" "I remember," Gala said quietly. "But you're going to fight her anyway, aren't you? But you must understand. Once the honor of the Tattoon tribe has been challenged, then it can only be settled with a battle to the absolute death." "Christ, it's the joke Suzuki all over again," Ranma muttered. "What? Never mind." Ranma breathed out a sigh of frustration. "What about those weird magic powers of yours? Does she know about them? I showed them to her. And how?" Flashback. Gala's hand tattoo appeared as she made her energy blade form. As the weapon glowed like golden fire, she then took on a serious expression. "This is the power of my people. Still want to fight?" Lisa gasped at the sight, then steeled herself. "I don't care. I'll see you tomorrow morning in front of the schoolyard." End of flashback. "See?" Gala said. Ranma pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. "Damn. No matter where I go, these damned girl problems just keep coming up." He then glared at Gala, who still looked at him with her innocent eyes. He felt his insides become torn at the thought of this girl coming to any harm. What was it about Gala that he found so erg? I should just let Lisa and Gala kill each other and... Oh, shoot. Gala. I can't believe I'm saying this, but as your husband, I forbid you to meet Lisa tomorrow. Got that? Gal's eyes widened as she heard Ranma actually refer to himself as her husband. Her heart leapt in joy and she was about to go over to embrace him, but then saw Ranma turn away to continue chopping vegetables. The way he was clenching the knife gave her pause. She could see the anger and frustration building in his eyes and decided to keep her peace for now. During that night, Lisa had decided to get some lessons from a master of the Fujinatsu School of Short-Range Archery. To that end, she dragged the futon, which had her grandfather still sleeping on it, to the training area of her home. The girl then knelt at the side of her snoring relative and bowed her head to him. "Grandfather, I need you to teach me how to shoot at a living target." The elderly man suddenly stopped in his snoring and then sat up. His eyes opened and his expressions turned. "Do you realize what you are asking?" he said in a commanding tone. "Yes, sir," Lisa replied solemnly. The old man then stood up and looked down at his granddaughter. "In my long military career, I shot my arrows into the living. It is not something that can be done with a faint heart. When you have done it once, you will never be the same. Are you ready for that change?" Lisa nodded. "Yes, sir." The old man crossed his arms and gave his granddaughter an approving nod. "Good girl." He then gave Lisa a sly look and asked in a teasing tone, "Is little Lisa having boy troubles?" The girl's cheeks reddened a bit as she tried not to look into her relative's eyes. "Something like that." Lisa's grandfather grinned as he turned his back to her, put one hand on his hip while placing the index finger of his other hand on the side of his tilted head. "Well, imagine that. And all this time, I thought you were gay." Hair, hair, hair. Lisa then came up in a huff and started pounding on the man's back. "Ooh, won't you? Just show me how to shoot and kill that little blonde floozy. I wanna learn now." Lisa's grandfather continued to guffaw. "Back in Nerima, master. You're back early." Soon and Genma cried out as they saw Tako's eye in the usual attire that he wears during his panty raids. The ancient lecher sighed as he laid down his sack of women's unmentionables. "Hello soon, Genma. Island. Something wrong, master?" Soon asked, though part of him was glad that the old pervert had cut his nightly activities short. The less time he was out stealing underwear, the less chance the authorities would have of finding out who he was and where he was hiding. The reputation of the Tendo Dojo would be ruined if it was known that the infamous underwear thief lived there. No. Yes, something is wrong. Tako's eye let off another tired sigh. The novelty of being able to steal freely has worn off. The fun has gone out of it. The challenge is gone. Where's the excitement? It's just too easy. Usually, I'd have Genma's boy dogging me, trying to keep me from all these pretties. He plumped to the sack. It was always so much fun to put Ranma through his paces and challenge that boy. In other words, torment him and make his life a living hell. How else was I supposed to train my heir? Don't worry, master. I'm sure that my son will return and that's what you said 4 months ago. Tappos, I said. And we haven't seen breast nor behind of her. I mean him. The old pervert really missed his Ranma-chan and the pleasure of nuzzling in her ample bosom. I'm going to bed. Master. What about these? Soon asked as he held up the sack of underwear. Tappos, I shrugged as he replied. If I can't fight to steal them, then I don't want them. In any case, it looks like I may have to choose one of you idiots to train as an heir. With that, he trudged up the stairs. Both men winced as they realized that they just had to get Ranma back. Without an heir to train to keep the master happy, then one of them would have to take his place. Considering what they had endured with the lecher during their training journey, they had no wish to become Ranma's replacement. Ranma was the future of the anything goes, so he should be the one to suffer, not them. Hiroshima, present time. Ranma woke with a feeling of foreboding. He decided to check up on Gala and gave off a sigh of resignation as he saw that her room was empty. Aw, crap. Ranma then went to get dressed and hurried out the door. At the front of the schoolyard, Lisa kneeled at the entrance to the school with her bow and quiver laid out beside her. She was wearing an outfit that looked like Kuno's samurai robes and sported a white headband with her hair tied back. She then felt a wind suddenly turn up and looked up to see Gala materialize on a nearby rooftop. The Tattoon girl was dressed in her ceremonial outfit, the green bikini, and gently hopped down to the ground to face off against her opponent. The challenge is met, Lisa said as she got up with her bow and quiver at the ready. But only one will walk away. Gala replied. I will. Lisa shot back as drew out her first arrow. No mere mortal can defame the honor of the Tattoon tribe. We'll see about that, Lisa said as she quickly notched the arrow and then launched it at Gala's head. The High Priestess quickly raised both hands and clapped the arrow between them. However, the arrow still kept on going toward her face. WAH. Gala found herself leaning backward to avoid being hit by the point and landed hard on her derriere. She then looked up at Lisa, who had a smug look on her face. Not so easy to catch this time, are they? I learned a few tricks last night as well. Prepare to die. Gala knew that her Tattoon powers gave her a huge edge and had come seeking a peaceful solution. However, she was forced to duck for cover as Lisa let loose with a rapid barrage of arrows. Gala then headed toward the school building as more of the deadly projectiles came flying at her. Meanwhile, Ranma was busy running across rooftops toward the school. Damn it all. I thought I was finally away from things like this, but here I am, running to stop the girls from killing each other, all because of me. I should just let those two tear each other up, but damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Girls are nothing but trouble. Back at the school, Gala was still refraining from using her Tattoon powers as she continued to dodge Lace's arrows. She soon found herself backed into a corner as the bow-wielding girl took out another arrow and prepared to fire. Not a very good move, Gala. If you knew this school better, you wouldn't have trapped yourself. If you knew me better, then we wouldn't be fighting at all. The way you fawn over a jerk like Eric. How can you even call yourself a woman? She launched another fast barrage of arrows, which narrowly missed her target and broke a couple of windows behind Gala as she dodged. Stop it, Gala said. I just realized that this entire thing is pointless. We shouldn't be fighting each other. We both love the same man. I don't love him, Lisa denied as she launched another arrow. Now fight me. Gala raised the hand and began forming a ball of mystical energy. However, she then let it disperse with a gesture. This is silly, she muttered as she then jumped out a window. Lisa quickly headed downstairs to head her off. At that moment, Ranma landed on the front schoolyard and began looking for the two combatants. When he heard a noise of breaking glass, he headed toward the commotion. On the ground, Gala was mentally berating herself for getting into this fight out of sheer pride. How could I have been so foolish? It was then that Lisa rounded the corner. Nowhere left to run, Gala. Lisa, stop this. There's no need for silence, Lisa shouted as she shot off two arrows. The girl of the Tattoon tribe gasped as the projectiles barely grazed her cheek. She drew blood. Lisa smirked as she taunted her opponent. In war, when you begin a battle, then you must finish it. That is what my grandfather taught me. Then, he bestowed upon me a very special gift. This will put an end to your running. Lisa took out an arrow that looked like it was made of several shafts tied together in a bundle. Lisa, please listen to me. Gala, try to catch these. Lisa launched the arrow at her, which suddenly exploded into a dozen streaks of light. Gala found herself thrown up against the wall behind her as she felt her skin being pinched in many places. As she looked down, she found that she was pinned to the wall by thin filaments that resembled piano wire. Lisa then drew another arrow as she casually explained the thousand neck-rending technique. That was just the first part. The cables are there to hold you in place. The beheading arrow will rip you to shreds. Stop this, Lisa. This is going too far. Remember, it's all over. Lisa responded in a cold tone as she launched the lethal arrow. She then drew back the bowstring and took aim. Gala winced, as she knew that she was going to have to use her powers. As she prepared to let loose with her Tattoon magic, someone suddenly appeared before her, just as Lisa released her arrow. The projectile then exploded into a swarm of needles as they sped toward them. FFFFFT. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Eric. Gala cried out happily. Eric? Lisa said in surprise. Ranma stood in front of Gala and glared at Lisa. In his upheld fists, neatly wedged between his fingers, were 20 sharp, 2-inch-long needles. On the wall where Gala was pinned, several more of the needles were embedded into the concrete. Ranma had used his chestnut technique to catch the ones that were certain to hit the Tattoon priestess and let the others hit the wall harmlessly. He relaxed his grip on the needles and let them drop to the ground. His red aura glowed sharply as he faced Gala's would-be executioner. Are you crazy? What's the matter with you, Eric? Lisa became flabbergasted as she gazed at the boy who stirred certain emotions within her. She then began reminiscing back. Flashback. Lisa was crouched down in front of her bike as Brody and Diner watched from afar. Looks like Lisa is having bike problems, Diner remarked. Yeah. Do you think we should help her? Brody asked. None. She won't accept help from any boys. Lisa was close to tears at the barbs as she tried to get her bicycle chain back into its proper place. It was at that moment that she was roughly pushed to the side and Ranma was crouching beside her. Here, let me have a look at that. Ranma purposely didn't look at her and only focused on repairing the bicycle. Lisa looked at Ranma in shock. I didn't expect you to help me with. Ranma casually waved it off, keeping his emotions hidden as he said, I'm full of surprises. Don't make a big deal about it, okay? End of flashback. You were so nice to me back then. Now you just ignore me. Lisa said in a choking voice. Dog. Lisa. Ranma shook his head as he saw her eyes beginning to get moist. Gala also laughed as she said, "This is all so silly. It's obvious that you two have these feelings toward each other, yet you keep them bottled up inside." But Gala then took on a serious expression as she addressed Lisa. "You forget that he's my husband." Her body then flared with power as the cables that restrained her disintegrated. Her body became alive with energy as her skin became imprinted with dozens of the mystical tattoos that she used to focus her magical abilities. She held up her hands and formed a bow and arrow that was made of pure mystical power. She aimed it directly at Lisa and said, "And if you think you're going to take him away from me, then you've got another thing coming, baby. Ready to fight me now?" "No! Stop it, Gala!" Ranma shouted to her, then began rushing to Lisa's side. The priestess smiled and gave her beloved a wink. "Don't worry. I will." Lisa bit back her tears as she armed her bow with another one of her beheading arrows and fired. "I will fight for him." Load up as soon as she launched her arrow. Gala fired off her own. The beheading arrow exploded into needles, but they disintegrated into nothingness when they collided with the tattoo arrow. As the projectile streaked toward her, she let off a scream and prepared to die. Ranma, by some unknown miracle, managed to beat the blast and stood before Lisa. He hoped that his ki would be able to stop or at least blunt the effect of Gala's arrow. He began summoning up all of his rage for one massive counterblast in the instant before the arrow found its mark. However, both the martial artist and the archer were shocked when Gala's energy suddenly split into two and then reformed behind them, digging a wide trench behind them before fading away into nothingness. At the same time, Ranma felt a weird sucking sensation as his anger-enhanced aura suddenly winked out. He then looked up and saw Gala smiling at him and began patiently walking up to him and Lisa. It was at that time that Lisa took a step back and found herself falling into the trench. She flailed about and grabbed the back of Ranma's shirt, causing him to be pulled down into the hole as well. The two of them landed hard on their butts as Gala giggled at their fall. "Oh W. What the hell was that?" Ranma asked as he looked up at the Tattoon girl. He noticed that the tattoos that had appeared on her body were not visible again. Gala crouched down at the edge of the hole and replied, "I just turned all the feelings of hate and anger between the three of us into pure energy and threw them away." If you say so." Ranma then thought about his Batlora. Was that what happened to my Batlora? Did she drain that too? Gala gave the two an endearing look. When people love each other, there's no room for hatred or anger. Ranma winced and then glared at her with an angry expression. "Haven't you been listening? I've told you 100 times that I don't love you." Gala snorted a bit while still smiling. "Fa. Your words don't agree with your actions." At this point, Lisa took on a thoughtful look as she considered Gala's words. "Eric. Maybe Gala's onto something." "You think?" "What?" It was at that moment that Gala jumped down into the trench and got between the two with fire in her eyes. "Hey! What do you think you're doing?" Lisa's anger also rose as she glared back at the Tattoon priestess. "He doesn't belong to you. According to tribal law, we're married. He's not one of your tribe. What difference does that make? Why don't you just shut up?" Ranma shook his head in disgust and remembered why he hated the opposite sex. "Leave me out of this." Gala then promptly glomped onto Ranma as he turned his back to leave. "Eric, sweetie." Lisa grabbed her leg and tried to pull her off. The citizens of the city of Hiroshima all stopped in their daily lives as they heard a shout of anguish from one boy who just couldn't get a break. "Let go of me." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, another voice of anguish and despair rang out. "Where on earth am I in OW? Nerima." 5 months after Ranma had left, Nabiki was definitely not happy. The last of her Ranko photos had sold for a ridiculously high sum by Kuno, which would just barely cover the losses she had suffered. When Ranma was there, she had always come through each month with a very tidy profit, but this time, she had broken even. Minus a couple thousand yen. No, this would not do at all. Her other ventures only made a fraction of what she usually got out of that sex-changing jock. Now that he was gone, she was just managing to eke out enough to pay for household bills and groceries. There were only a couple of good things that came about from Ranma's disappearance. With him gone, there were no rivals attacking the Tendo home in their bid to kill him. Also, there was no one for Akan to vent her anger on. That meant huge savings on repair bills. Furthermore, with only one Sodom left, namely Genma, that also saved a bit on the food bills, though Ranma's father still ate like a herd of elephants. Neither Genma nor Nabiki's father were any help. Day in and day out, they would moan and groan at how the schools would never be joined and play shogi. Nebiki wasn't about to quit. She owned Ranma and she wasn't about to let him get away that easily. She had used what little profits she had made in a desperate gamble. She had bought some low-grade surveillance equipment and had the computer club secretly bugged. She knew in her gut that they had at least an inkling of where Ranma was. Sooner or later, they would slip up and Nebiki would know exactly where her moneymaker was. All she could do now was wait. To be continued. Author's notes: this rewrite wasn't much as I added just a few extra scenes. I promise that in Chapter 4, there's going to be some major additions and it will make the old version seem tame. Until then. Chapter 4 Chapter 4 Explosion of Rage. Tattoon Ranma. Disclaimer: Ranma and Tattoon Master belong to their respective creators, so go bother them. Thoughts. Chapter 4 Explosion of Rage. Ranma opened his eyes as he awoke from his fooding. He got another feeling of deja vu as he found himself looking into a very attractive pair of eyes as he saw Gala lying beside him. "Hello," Gala lovingly sighed. Outside the apartment building, the citizens of Hiroshima were given a loud wake-up call as a former resident of Nerima, recently turned woman-hater, screamed at finding a scantily clad and curvaceous girl sleeping beside him. Ranma scrambled to his feet and backed away from Gala as she sat up and smiled up at him. "WW what the? How the hell? What are you doing sleeping beside me?" Gala gave him a mischievous smile as she stood up in nothing more than the Tattoon tribe's version of undergarments, which looked like a grunge bikini. The fact that her ample bosom was just barely held back by her top and that her long and slender legs, curved hips and shapely rear were accentuated by her skimpy bottoms didn't do anything to calm Ranma's already frazzled nerves. "Last night after dinner, you said you were in the mood for some hot jungle loving, and then you made all my dreams come true," Gala said with glee. "Wait a minute. I don't remember any of this." Ranma desperately tried to get away from her, but Gala simply followed him with that same smile and then, when she had him backed against a wall and in a state of total panic, she then turned towards an open window and said, "Hey guys, that was a pretty funny reaction, don't you think?" Brody and Diner gave her a thumbs up as Brody held up a camcorder. Both of them were grinning at what had just been filmed. Realizing that this had been a joke by his classmates, Ranma's battle aura suddenly flared. "Brody! Diner! You perverts!" The residents of the suburb that Ranma lived in got a second wake-up call as a huge explosion of ki suddenly shot up and sent two jokers into low Earth orbit. Later on, Ranma grumbled as he purposely ignored Gala in class. Though he didn't really blame her for the morning's incident, since she had believed Diner and Brody when they said that their little prank was harmless and would get him to lighten up. She was still very naive about the modern world and was very open with her feelings, just like a certain Chinese Amazon he once knew. However, unlike shampoo, Gala had apologized for her part and was trying to make up for it. The purple-haired would simply shrug it off and try another scheme. The teacher continued to go on and on about some boring lecture about some period in history that was unimportant at the time, as Gala was tugging at his sleeve. It seemed that no matter how things were, Gala seemed to be as cheerful as ever. "Eric, should I be writing any of this down?" Ranma continued to ignore her as he sighed and hoped that the lunch bell would ring soon. "Please pay attention in class," Lisa said with irritation. Though the duel that she had fought with Gala had been resolved, she still considered Gala to be a nuisance and a traitor for loving that woman-hater. Even though she herself denied the feelings she had for Ranma as well. The last thing this world needs is yet another dumb blonde. Gala, however, decided to tune her out by putting in her index fingers in her ears and humming a little ditty. When Lisa turned around and saw this, Gala took out her fingers and just gave her a shrug and happy-go-lucky smile. She then turned back to Eric and continued to tug at his sleeve. "Come on, Eric. Let's go eat." Unfortunately, this got Lisa's temper boiling as she turned around with her back hunched over and her glasses flashed. Why does she insist on incurring my wrath? This sent her over the boiling point and she suddenly shot up from her desk and was aiming her bow at Gala with the arrow point just millimeters from her nose. This of course got everyone's attention in the classroom as yet another explosive situation between the class president and someone close to Eric was about to go critical. The other students began whispering among themselves. In a way, the incident was welcomed relief from the tedious boredom of the history class. "There she goes again. What is she? Demented? Wonder what Eric did to tick her off this time? Has she finally snapped? Ooh, this ought to be good." The history teacher, seeing that bloodshed might be imminent, quickly turned around with a sweat drop on the back of his head and began to hurriedly scribble on the board and talking fast. "So like I was saying, nothing terribly important happened during this period, so therefore," Ranma growled as he looked up at Lisa. He had thought things had calmed down after that duel, but it looked like things had gone back to what they were. He stood up to stop Lisa while giving everyone a glare to mind their own business. The other students got the message and averted their gaze. After seeing what he did to the football team, the rest of the class knew better than to get either Ranma or Lisa riled up. Ranma gave Lisa a snort before grabbing Gala's arm and leading her out of the class. "Come on, let's get out of here. So everybody don't feel like that happily ever after he. The teacher laughed nervously as he gave a sigh of relief that war had been averted, yet again. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of town, a certain lost boy was silently cursing a former rival for all of his past, present and any future misfortunes of his life. It had been several months since Ranma had left Nerima, but things had not been going smoothly for Ryoga since his departure. Naturally, of course, he put the blame solely on Ranma. "How dare you leave Akan like that? I will make you pay for insulting her and leaving her like that." Ryoga thought as he continually searched for his foe. During his wanderings, Ryoga had also been wondering just what new move Ranma had used to defeat himself, Kuno and Moose at the same time and leveled an entire city block. His search for Ranma had made him inadvertently take a trip to China, and there he had come across an old scroll that was given to him by a demolitions engineer. It had taken him several weeks to begin mastering the technique, and he was more than eager to use it on Ranma when he found him. In his mind, he could still see Akan's tears as she sat in her bedroom. At the time, he was in her arms as P-chan. Flashback. Ranma, you backup. Akan spat out as she tried to hold back her tears, but wasn't very successful. He's such a big jerk. I should be glad that he's gone. Right, P-chan? P-chan agreed. Oh, Akan. He doesn't deserve someone like you. Now that Ranma's gone, I'll take care of you. Please don't cry over him. I can't stand to see you like that. Dummy. Jerk. Pervert. A cop. A cop. A cop. Akan said over and over again. After everything I did for him. All those times I gave him hot water. He didn't even appreciate how hard I worked to cook him that sukiyaki, and he wouldn't even try it. He went off, probably to go eat Yukio or Shampoo's food and flirt with them. Fine then. Let him go. I never agreed to this engagement anyway, and sobbed he can just off and die. Choke. For all I care. It's all his fault that I have to fight those damned boys again. Kuno is even worse than ever, now that Ranma is gone. The only thing that's keeping him from totally smothering me is him pining away for Ranma's girl side. I've got Shampoo, Yukio and Kodakai after me because they blame me for Ranma leaving, when it was really all his fault. Dad and Mr. Sodom are no help. They keep on going on and on about that stupid pledge. Why can't they all leave me alone? Ryoga felt his heart near the breaking point again as Akan gave in to her urges and began crying again. She had been doing this for some time now, often crying herself to sleep, only to wake up with red and puffy cheeks. After several weeks, Ryoga couldn't stand it anymore. After waiting for Akan to fall asleep, he began to plan on how to punish Ranma for causing Akan so much pain. End of flashback. As always, Ryoga's lack of a sense of direction got him lost within a dozen feet. He had ended up in China by the time he finally cooled down to think. Ranma had left without a trace, and even if the directionally challenged Hibiki boy could find him, how was he going to beat him? He became very depressed when he remembered back to when Ranma suddenly let loose with some kind of super battle or a technique that caught him, Moose and Kuno totally off guard and sent them all into the hospital. Somehow, Ranma had learned a new move and Ryoga needed a way to counter it. It had been his good fortune that he had met that civil engineer in China, who had given him a scroll about a technique called Shishihokan. The man had told him that the technique was powerful enough to level buildings, and Ryoga was more than eager to learn it. It had been sheer luck that he stumbled upon the secret to the technique, when he had inadvertently caused an avalanche, while departing from the mountainous region. He had used his breaking point to blast a boulder out of his way, but that had been a bad mistake, as the resulting explosion caused other large boulders and more debris to come crashing down on top of him. He had tried the Bakusai Tenketsu to blast his way out, but that only caused more rubble to come down. Fortunately, his training in the breaking point had made him tough enough to withstand the impacts, but that still left him trapped. He then began to get depressed, even more so than usual. His desire to find Ranma and make him pay for her Nyakan, coupled with his current predicament, finally pushed his depressed feelings to the point that his own aura exploded, fueled by his emotions of despair. After unintentionally releasing a normal Shishihokan and freeing himself, Ryoga had been studying the scroll as it had hinted at a perfect form of the technique. He knew he was close. He could taste it. And when he found Ranma, his rival would know true agony and darkness. And so we flash back to Nerima, now 6 months after Ranma had left. Nebiki was listening very carefully to the headphones of the device she had gotten from a flea market, as she hid behind a tree. The machine was an ancient piece of junk that dated back to World War II. It was large, clumsy and very difficult to operate, but it wasn't as if Nebiki had any choice. The bugs that she had hidden in the clubhouse of those techno-geeks had been found and stripped within the first week after she had them installed. This was her last chance to get any information on Ranma's whereabouts. She hoped that the tree and the surrounding hedges were enough to camouflage her activities as she eavesdropped on Takuya Shibana, who happened to be eating lunch with 2 of his fellow computer programmers. It didn't help that the listening device would periodically cut in and out with static. "Hey Shibana, it's been a good semester without having to pay off the Ice Queen every week," Daimon commented. "We've got enough in our treasury to upgrade 4 of our computers." The leader of the club nodded as he took a bite of his sandwich. "Yeah, and can you believe how low Nebiki has sunk since Ra? I mean, you know who left?" Another member by the name of Shingo Yamaki chuckled. "Those bugs she planted in our clubhouse were ancient. I built those things when I was still in diapers. She must be really getting desperate, now that she doesn't have Ra. I mean, you know who. Yeah. I heard that she sold Kuno the last photo of you-know-who's girl's side for 550,000 yen. Daimon commented. "Man, she was hungrier for the cash more than Kuno was for that picture." The 3 laughed out loud in agreement. As she listened in her hiding place, Nebiki growled. Takuya nodded as he stood up and solemnly held out his can of grape soda. "Gentlemen, I would like to propose a toast. To the one who had saved us from the hospital and freed us all from the clutches of the Ice Queen. Here, here." The other 2 students agreed as they got up and raised their own soda cans. "To our savior." Eric Kobayashi. The three knocked their sodas together before they drank them down. A minute later, they all let off loud burps and laughed as they sat back down. So what gave you the idea to give him that name? Daimon asked. Takuya shrugged. I didn't give him that name. He told me to enter that into his new files. He figured that using a Western first name and a common Japanese last name would throw anyone off the trail. Pretty sharp thinking on his part. So, do you know where he went? Shingo inquired. Nope. And I had no intention of finding out. And neither do you guys. We all owe him that much, right? Right. Both boys said simultaneously. It was then that Daimon asked a hypothetical question. Just out of curiosity. If you were in Eric's shoes, where would you go? Shibano thought for a good while before replying. Well, taking all things in consideration, I'd go to some place that was far from Nerima, had lots of job opportunities, and didn't really care where you came from. Tokyo's too densely populated, so I'd go to Hiroshima. Why there? Shingo asked. Well, it's far enough away from here, so no one would have even heard of the crazy stuff that happens in Nerima. Considering how much money he had left on him, he could probably make it there and get a job. I hear that the economy there is favorable for growth and industry, so he shouldn't have much trouble finding work and a place to stay. The local schools up there aren't as picky with identification papers as they are in Tokyo, so he should be able to enroll there. Yeah, that makes sense. Daimon agreed. Still, I'm going to miss him, Shingo said with a bit of sadness. We're all going to miss him, but he told me himself that he wasn't going to find what he's looking for here. And what's that, Takuya? Peace. At that moment, the listening device shorted out. However, Nebiki had heard enough. She now had a name, and a place to look. Back in Hiroshima, present time, at Ranma's high school on the roof, Gala was trying to share her lunch with him, but was making no headway as the martial artist turned his head away and tried to ignore her. However, his stomach began to protest, and with a little more pleading and the sad puppy dog looks that the Tattoon girl gave him, Ranma finally decided that one bite wouldn't hurt. Just as he was leaning forward, he caught a glint of light flashing off some glass and looked toward the door to the stairs to the roof. There was Lisa with tears in her eyes, and Ranma found himself in a bad spot. He desperately tried to salvage the situation by frantically waving his arms and called out to Lisa, "We're just having lunch." However, the door closed as Lisa began to cry as she clutched not one, but two bentos to her chest. Gala looked up at Ranma as he winced and tried to act tough, but she knew that he was just pretending. "Oh, Eric." Ranma took another puff of his cigarette and gritted his teeth. "Geez, how did I end up with all this crap?" Later that afternoon, the students at Ranma's high school were just exiting the building and heading for home as the martial artist and the Tattoon priestess followed Brody and Diner out the front door. "Man, I don't ever remember history class being so fun, Diner said with a chuckle. Yeah, I should ask Eric to bring his girlfriend to my trigonometry class, Brody said with a light laugh. It was at that moment that Ranma wound an arm around Brody's neck and pulled him close. He had a very evil grin on his face which promised immense pain. Say Brody, how would you like to come to my butt-kicking class? Brody was sweating nervously while Diner was totally clueless as he said, Oh, I didn't know they taught that. It was at that moment that Lisa came barreling angrily around the corner with a large broom in her hands. Eric, just where do you think you're going? She stopped in front of them and thrust the broom out in front of Ranma's face. We got stuck with clean up. And whose fault is that? Ranma growled as he pushed the broom away. He had experienced enough of people getting mad at him for things that weren't his fault in Tokyo. He'd be damned if he was going to let Lisa pin this one on him. No thanks, HMPF. Lisa then leaned forward with a determined look on her face which brooked no argument. Ranma then sighed as he saw that he wasn't going to win this one. Oh, whatever. He then turned to the Tattoon girl. Gala, wait for me at the store. "'Kay," the blonde-haired girl said with her usual perky style. At that moment, just a few blocks away, Ryoga grunted as he pulled the can of soda from the vending machine and chugged down the contents in one gulp. He was close in finding Ranma. He could just feel it. After all the time he spent wandering lost and perfecting his new technique, he was more than willing to make Ranma pay for all the misery and suffering that he had caused to him and Akan. Since the time he had first met with him, Ryoga had begun on a path of vengeance that had gradually gone from simple obsession to psychotic. The minor insult of the bread had been the trigger. It had become a matter of personal honor for Ryoga to defeat that smart-aleck big-tailed boy. However, with Ranma's act of cowardice with not showing up for their infamous duel, that slight to personal honor became a fixation. The curse of the drowned piglet had upgraded that fixation to homicidal lunacy. Ranma's faithlessness to Akan and leading on those other girls made it into a kind of self-righteous insanity to see that Casanova punished. Never mind the fact that Ryoga himself was in love with an engaged girl. Now Ryoga had passed that level and had gone into sheer psychosis. There was another reason why Ryoga was hell-bent on making Ranma pay. With Ranma gone, Ryoga's chances for happiness were eventually snuffed out. For without the pig-tailed boy to cover for him, Ryoga's secret as P-chan had been inevitably blown. Akan had initially welcomed the company of her beloved pet when he showed up after Ranma had denounced all of his engagements and left. That is, Akan had welcomed P-chan until he later got splashed by some hot tea by Suntendo, who continued to bawl about the schools never being joined. The short-tempered girl needed something to vent her fury on, and since Ranma was gone, Ryoga was there to fill in as a target for that fury. Akan had felt much better afterwards, but the lost boy's life had been totally destroyed. He could still remember that day. Flashback. OLGA. You're P-chan. Yay. Wait. I can explain everything. A naked Ryoga said as he covered his privates. At that point, Akan's temper hit a new high as she made her mallet appear. You pervert. You BAK. You big. WHABON. With one mighty swing, Ryoga set a new altitude record for a projectile to be launched by a mallet. End of flashback. This was all Ranma's fault. It had always been his fault. Even if he had absolutely nothing to do with the situation, it was always his fault because, well, just because. And now Ryoga had the power to punish that bastard for abandoning Akan and for making his life a constant, living hell. He was going to make certain that Ranma would truly know hell on earth before he sent him to the real thing. Little did he know that he had just made a choice that was akin to a death wish. Considering how much Ranma had changed since coming to Hiroshima. The former heir to the anything goes was no longer the same naive martial artist from before. He was not going to hold back. At a corner store, Gala was licking an ice cream cone as Diner and Brody were sitting on the curb. Diner was having a bit of a problem as he had a can of soda stuck to his tongue. My tongue had it stuck, Diner said as he winced. Geez, why did you stick it in there, man? Brody said while grinning like an idiot. I'll get it off for you. Gala said helpfully. No, it's okay. Ow. Meanwhile, Ranma and Lisa were busy scrubbing the desks and cleaning the floors. Every now and then, the girl would briefly cast her gaze at him, as her eyes would wander over his well-muscled form and noted the grace in which he moved with. She would then become disgusted with herself for even thinking about that woman-hater and all-around jerk. And she would throw herself into the work with new vigor. I'm not interested in that arrogant cop. Why should I be? However, a small part of her knew differently. There was just something about him that pulled in the opposite sex like steel ball bearings to a magnet. Maybe it was because that, like Gala, Lisa could see a much more sensitive side to Eric underneath that gruff exterior. As Gala finished off her ice cream cone, she then pointed to her forehead. Guess what? I can see what Eric sees through the mark he has here. Really? Brody said. That is so cool. Diner remarked. It was then that Gala took on a more coy look and she blushed a bit as she addressed Eric's friends. Tell me, would either of you help me fulfill one of my fantasies? Of course, these two hormonally driven boys took this the only way they knew. They both shot up and said simultaneously, oh yeah, really? You bet. Then, would you mind telling me what Eric was like before he met me? Both guys' face faulted after being let down and had huge sweat drops as Gala giggled and waved her arms around like a certain meatball head that we know of. Oh, I'm just so embarrassed. Let me level with you, Gala. We don't know much more about Eric than you do. Diner admitted. Yeah, But I'd have to admit that he's more laid back now than he was then, Brody added. Really? Gala asked. Yeah. When we first met him, we thought he was going to kill us. He made one hell of an impression on us, Tyner remarked. Flashback. We see a scene in which Ranma is in the school uniform and facing Tyner and Brody alone in the classroom. What are you looking at? Just who do you think you are? Tyner said as he grabbed the front of Ranma's shirt. Ranma simply glared at him and said, Remember those football players you were chucking beer cans at? Well, they're looking for you, upstairs. So what do you care? Tyner said as he cocked back a fist. Kick his ass. Brody cheered on, but both were sent sprawling to the floor as the martial artist tossed Tyner like a rag doll and slammed him into his associate. They both looked up at the snarling Eric as he glared down at the two dopes. Listen here. And listen good. Don't you ever touch me again. Got that? He then turned away without another word, leaving the two in a state of shock and confusion. End of flashback. There was no way either of us could be tough after that. Tyner finished. Yeah, he was a total badass, Brody added. But then, what happened later was, a little while later, Gala smiled as she listened in on Brody and Tyner's description of her Eric. She then nodded and said, Wow! I didn't know that. So he made you to what you are today. A couple of losers? Brody asked. Oh, my two new best friends, the Tattoon priestess said gleefully. I just knew that he was like that deep down inside. Is there any more about him that you can tell me? When the two boys shook their heads, her face went into a small pout. I wish there was someone that could tell me more about Ranma. In another district of Hiroshima. As a matter of fact, there was someone who could tell Gala more about Eric. A certain woman with brown hair, wearing the traditional kimono of a Japanese housewife and had a long bundle strapped to her back, was currently in Hiroshima. This person was visiting relatives on her side of the family, which incidentally went by the name of Kobayashi. However, after she had married, she had taken the family name of Sodom. Her name was Nodaka. Ranma? Who's Ranma? Tyner asked. Gala snapped her fingers. Oh, I forgot that he doesn't go by that name anymore and... It was then that a huge explosion of light blew up behind them and they all turned to see the mega-depressed figure of Ranma's rival. Our enemy. Where is he? Gala and the others backed off at the intensity of Ryoga's aura as he glared at the blonde Gaian girl who had spoken the name of the person with whom he hated the most. You. Where is he? Where is our enemy? Gala, of course, had no idea who this person was and good-naturedly asked, excuse me, but I don't believe we've met and... Tell me where he is. Ryoga roared. Hey man, Brody said as he and Tyner stepped out in front of Gala. Don't you go shouting at her. She didn't do nothing. Yeah, where do you get off? Tyner asked. We don't know of any guy named Ranma. Yeah, so why you don't you get lost before we have to kick in your butt? Brody added as he cocked back his fist. Ryoga, however, just snorted as his battlora flared. This insect dared to get in the way of his long-overdue vengeance, and therefore was beneath him. Ryoga was on a righteous mission of justice and no one would stop him. Before Brody could react, the lost boy slammed a fist into his gut and sent him sprawling. At the same time, his depression and rage-fueled aura went off. Gala gasped as she saw Brody knocked back like a broken toy. In the classroom, Ranma suddenly felt a throbbing sensation as he suddenly fell to his knees and held his head as the mark on his forehead began to glow. "Eric, stop messing around," Lisa said as she saw him fall to the floor, then saw the glow on his forehead. "Eric? What's wrong?" Ranma winced as the sensation grew more intense. "It's Gala. I don't know how, but I can feel her calling me." Without another word, Ranma bolted straight up and ran out of the classroom. "Brody!" Tyner called out as his friend tumbled to the pavement and moaned in pain. It was obvious that he had sustained some broken bones. Gala stepped forward and took a ready stance in between them and the fuming Ryoga. "You! Why have you done this?" She spread her arms out and tensed up. "I'll ask you one more time. Where is our enemy? Why do you want him? What has he ever done to you?" "Done!" Ryoga roared as his battlora became even bigger and more violent. "Because of that bastard, my life has been nothing but a living hell because of him. Now where is our enemy?" Gala saw that things were getting out of hand and she felt that she had no choice. This stranger's power was similar to what her Eric often emitted, but it was much darker. She began focusing her own power and the tattoos on her hands began to appear. "Hold it, Gala. This is my fight. Eric!" Gala cried out as she saw her beloved standing on a rooftop above. He nimbly leapt down and landed beside her. "Our enemy!" Ryoga snarled as he glared at him. Though his hairstyle was different and he now sported an X-shaped scar on his forehead, the lost boy still recognized the source of all his life's past, present and future problems. "I see that you are still as cowardly as ever. Out seeing another girl, eh? You're nothing but a faithless bastard and a coward. Just like I always knew you were. Don't you say things about my Eric." Gala defended, but that was when Ranma held out an arm in front of her and his eyes met with hers. "Leave him to me." "But Eric, I can handle him. I've handled him before. Besides, Brody's hurt pretty bad. He may be a pinhead, but he didn't deserve that. Do you think you could use those powers of yours to heal him?" "Yes, but don't worry about me." Ranma then held up both of his hands and cracked his knuckles. "I needed to work off some steam and pounding this moron flat is just what the doctor ordered." Gala saw fire in Ranma's eyes which told her that he wasn't in the mood to argue. She gave him a slight nod and went to Brody's side to tend to his injuries. Ranma nodded as he faced off against his fuming rival. "I'm disappointed in you, Ryoga. Picking on guys that don't stand a chance against you. I thought you had some honor. Don't you preach to me about honor." Ryoga spat back. Because of you, I have seen hell. Eric growled. Oh please. Not that old because of you. I've seen hell bit. That was one of the main reasons why I left Tokyo. I told you before that it wasn't my fault that you couldn't find that stupid lot. It wasn't my fault that it took you 4 days to get that place. You had no business whatsoever to have followed me to China. So as far as I'm concerned, P-chan, you don't have anyone to blame but yourself for your problems. Don't call me P-chan. Ryoga screamed. Enough. It's time we settled this, once and for all. Ryoga's battle aura became even more intense as his rage and depression seethed like a volcano. Whatever. Ranma shrugged as he went into a ready stance, his own red aura blazing. If you want to fight, then come on. I've been wanting to pound on something, and I think you'd make the perfect punching bag. Now you will pay for all my suffering. Ryoga yelled as he charged at him with fists blazing. However, unlike the Ranma of old, Eric was not pulling any punches. He easily ducked under Ryoga's wild attack, then sent a hard straight into his opponent's gut, followed by a hard shot to his Adam's apple. THOP. The Bakusai Tanketsu training may make Ryoga more resistant to impacts, but a hit in that spot would fell any opponent, no matter how strong he was. The lost boy gasped out and choked a bit as he fell to his knees. Ranma had never tried a tactic as brutal as that one in all of their previous battles. Before he could recover, Ranma sent a hard kick to Ryoga's side, sending him flying toward an opposite wall. Ranma's rival crashed into the concrete, crumbling it. However, Ryoga came back to his feet, still seething as he shouted at his foe. "Anime, prepare to die." Oh, shut up. Ranma raged as he dodged another of Ryoga's rage-driven attacks, then countered with a brutal six-punch combo to his foe. WOP. Wham! Wham! Bam! 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 Do you know just how pissed off I was every time I heard that? He then delivered a savage spin kick to his adversary's other side as his red aura continued on burning like a bonfire. It was always anime die this and anime die that. You ERK. Ryoga's rant was cut off as Ranma slammed another hard blow to his gut, then brought his right knee up to smash into the lost boy's chin, snapping his head back with such force, his teeth would have snipped off his tongue if it had been sticking out. Day in and day out, the same crap. Over and over again. Eric went on raving as he continued to pummel his foe mercilessly with increasing force. WHOMP. Thump. DOW. His aura became so intense that it was like being near a blast furnace. The lost boy soon realized that Ranma had gotten a lot stronger since they last battled and his blows were having substantial effect. He had suspected in the past that Ranma had been holding back somewhat, but he never truly realized how much. He kept on fighting back, landing many blows, but Ranma didn't seem to even notice them as he returned each blow with hefty interest. It never ended. KUNO. HAPPOSAI, Mousse, Shampoo, UKYO, and especially that UNCUD, Tomboy bitch aka. How dare you insult? Wham! Ryoga was sent flying again as he received a double fist blow to the chin. He slammed into another wall and crumbled that one as well, but he stubbornly got to his feet once more. Eric snorted as his rage continued to climb. Still want more? Fine with me. He then leapt up and shot toward him in a flying sidekick. Ryoga dodged the kick and countered with a kick of his own. He felt a bit of satisfaction when his foot connected with Ranma's back, but then winced as his opponent simply shrugged it off, grabbed his still extended leg and swung him around. Ryoga's face impacted hard into a steel lamppost, then he was slammed again and again into the same post. WHNG. 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 Clang. Clang. The metal buckled and shuddered under each impact, and it soon had a very detailed imprint of Ryoga's face before it finally snapped in two. The lost boy shook his head and turned to face Ranma, though he now had a loud ringing in his ears. Just when I thought I had gotten away from all that, you happened to come along with that stupid anime. Prepare to die, and I've seen hell shit. Do you know just how much that fucking pissed me off? Ryoga snarled as he wanted to hear no more of Ranma's ravings and charged at him. However, Ranma swatted aside his punches as if they were bothersome flies. He then delivered several more hits to his foe's face and upper torso. With adrenaline pumping and rage-enhanced battle aura blazing, Ranma's strength, speed and endurance had increased by tenfold. All the torment, pain and suffering that he had endured in Nerima came bubbling to the surface and gave him a berserker strength that was unheard of. Ryoga's iron ribs began to buckle under the repeated blows. Did anyone want to listen to me and hear what I had to say? No. I've had enough of your... Ryoga was cut off once again as his punch was intercepted. He winced as Ranma began applying pressure to his captured wrist. Cartilage and ligaments threatened to snap under his iron grip as the enraged former heir to the Anything Goes continued to squeeze. Ryoga desperately tried to make him let go by throwing a hard right cross to Ranma's cheek. Wham! Crack! Yay! When Ryoga's fist hit, it felt to him as if he had punched a reinforced steel plate of battleship armor. He pulled back his hand and winced as he knew that he had a couple of fractured knuckles. Ranma snarled as he mangled his foe's wrist, making bone crack and pop. Ryoga screamed out as he was then pulled by that arm and slammed repeatedly to the pavement. Wham! 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 The lost boy's body had made an impressive pothole in the pavement before Ranma kicked him back up, and then slammed 3 more hard punches to his chest, this time fracturing some ribs. Crack! Crack! Snap! Even an insanely strong and tough martial artist had his limits, and Ryoga was rapidly approaching his breaking point. I don't give a rat's ass of what you have to say. But you're going to listen to every word that I have to say. Ranma roared as he slammed another kick to Ryoga's already injured side. Nobody ever cared as to what I had to say or how I felt. Well, now I'm telling you. I don't fucking care about what my father says. I don't fucking care about what AKA says. And I sure as hell don't fucking care what you have to say. I don't care. Do you hear me? I don't fucking care. That was when Ranma's roar exploded and swept up a huge gust of wind. Over the time since he had left Nerima, he had been steadily improving on his techniques, including the Hiroshima. He didn't need to keep calm nor fight in a spiral while his foe was using a red-hot battle aura. Now his own rage-fueled aura created a kind of thermal tornado, which swept up the lost boy and sent him flying. I'm not finished. Eric screamed as he rocketed upward in a leap that sent him up to more than 100 feet. Don't you just love that adrenaline and battle aura? He caught up with Ryoga, laced his hands together, and brought the double fist down into his back, nearly shattering his spine. Ryoga was sent plummeting down like a meteor and hit the pavement a block away. Eric simply snarled as he landed on a nearby rooftop and began heading to where his adversary had landed. He was still running at full steam with no signs of ever stopping. Eric! Gala called out as she saw the two taking their fight away from where she was healing Brody's injuries. She never seen his rage take on this kind of intensity before and she began to fear for her darling's mental health. If he wasn't stopped, then Gala feared that he would do something that would haunt him for the rest of his days. After finishing with her ministrations, she stood up and silently focused her Tattoon power. She then disappeared from sight, just as Brody regained consciousness. Whoa! What hit me? Tyner could only shake his head in disbelief as he helped his friend up. Ryoga groaned as he painfully extracted himself from the crater he had made in the concrete. Only his Bakusai Tanketsu training and the endurance he had gained from his long wanderings had allowed him to survive the impact, but just barely. He wondered just how Ranma had gotten that strong. He had planned to wear down Ranma a bit before letting him have it with the Shishi Hokoden, but he had never expected Ranma's battle aura to be that intense. So far, he had taken the worst of the exchange, while Ranma was shrugging off any blows that the directionally challenged Ryoga had managed to land. Just as he got to his feet, Ranma arrived with battle aura blazing. You don't get off that easy, P-chan. Eric growled dangerously. You're not going to get lost in the middle of this fight. Like you said, we're going to finish this, once and for all. The expression that he wore on his face was all too clear to his opponent. He wasn't going to just defeat Ryoga. True to his promise, he was going to finish the fight. Permanently. Ryoga knew that he had only one chance at him as he cupped his hands and focused all his feelings of depression. He thought about all the pain and suffering that Ranma had put him through and how angry Akane had been when she had discovered the truth about P-chan. Shishihokodian. A huge blast of ki exploded from his hands and rocketed toward his foe. However, when the blast hit, Ranma's own aura flared like a miniature supernova, easily causing Ryoga's attack to be dispersed into wisps of green-white light. Ryoga paled as he saw that his normal Shishihokan was worthless against his foe as he continued to advance toward him. "Is that all you got, P-chan?" Ranma said while glaring at him. Ryoga delved deep into his innermost being, pulling out the most intense feelings of depression. He would have to go all out. Thinking of all the things that had gone wrong in his life and how Ranma was the cause of those problems, Ryoga's aura became at its best intensity as he launched the largest blast he had ever produced, not caring if any innocents were in the way. He would win. Perfect SHISHIHOKODN. The huge globe of energy rocketed up in a column of power as Ryoga expanded just about all he had to destroy the one he hated most in the entire world. However, just as the globe came plummeting down at Ranma like a flaming meteor, the former resident of Nerima let off a blood-curdling cry as his own aura flared like the atomic bomb that had been dropped on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. The perfect Shishihokan hit Ranma's aura and tried to blast through it. However, the enraged Ranma would not be stopped as his aura expanded into a red-hot umbrella of power and caused Ryoga's attack to explode harmlessly against it. As Ryoga held up his arms to shield his eyes from the blinding light, a figure charged at him from within that conflagration and slammed his fist into his gut, causing him to double over. "This is the end, OYLGA. Crack." Ryoga's jaw received a hard blow and was dislocated. "I aggravated with you blaming me for all your goddamned problems." Wham! 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 Several savage hits to the chest broke 3 ribs. Nobody wanted to hear my side of the story or give me a chance to explain. Crack. A hit to Ryoga's right shoulder caused it to dislocate. It was always my fault, even when I had nothing to do with it. Whenever something went wrong, it was always blamed on her enemy. WHOMP. Ryoga was now coughing up blood with every hit to the abdomen. Our enemy. Everyone's favorite punching bag. Crunch. There goes the other wrist. Moose and his hidden weapons. Crack. Shattered left kneecap. Those Amazons and their 3,000 years of Chinese Amazon history bullshit. Crack. Fractured left tibia. KODCHI and her poisons. KUNO and that stupid stick. Wham! Wham! The collarbone has been broken into places. That old pervert HAPPOSAI. Wham! Make that 3 places. That stupid pledge to unite the schools. Bash! Crash! You wouldn't recognize Ryoga's face now. AKA me and her fucking mallet. Wham! 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 Say goodbye to 3 more ribs, Ryoga. Every day, the same crap, over and over again. Snap! Hope that broken arm heals soon. You think you had it bad? Crack. May take longer now that the arm has a compound fracture. You think you've seen hell? I went through hell every fucking day. Wham! Now the other arm has been dislocated. But do you know what I hate the most? The main reasons why I left? Wham! Bam! Wham! Don't know what's keeping Ryoga up now. The massacre continued on as Eric landed blow after blow against Ryoga's now battered and broken form. In another minute or so, the lost boy was going to breathe his last. However, Eric did not care. He wasn't going to stop until every bone in Ryoga's body was reduced to splinters. If he were to let his opponent survive, he would just come back and attack him again for some stupid reason, just like always. Pop sold me out God knows how many times, but still says I have to marry me out of honor. Goose keeps on attacking me, even though I keep on telling him that I never wanted shampoo. Shampoo and that old ghoul always trying to trick me or use some kind of potion on me. And maybe I taking every opportunity to make money off of me and selling pictures of my girl's side to that pervert Kayuno. AKA me and her goddamned mallet, temper, cooking and always jumping to conclusions, even when it wasn't my fault. Ryoga's vision began to cloud as he was about to slip into unconsciousness. And then there was you. One of the biggest fucking hypocrites in the world. Ranma emphasized his hatred of hypocrites with every blow. If wham, there's wham, one wham thing, wham, I wham, hate, wham, in, wham, this, wham, world, wham, it's, wham, day, wham, God, wham, damned, wham, hypocrite. The enraged fighter then began raining high-speed punches on Ryoga. What appeared to look like 100 blows per second was actually 1,000 hits per second. Ranma's aura was boosting his speed to unprecedented levels and a person would only see the 1,000th hit. The remaining 999 blows were too fast for the naked eye to follow. You say I stained your honor? You say I'm an honorless bastard? I was there for that duel. I kept your secret. After all the shit I had to take from AKA to protect your identity ASP-chan, you've got some nerve to call me honorless. You are just like the pig you turn into. Ryoga was now unable to hear any more as he slumped off, but Ranma didn't care as he held up the broken lost boy by the front of his shirt and cocked back his fist. It wasn't enough that I had to take abuse from AKA to save your miserable bacon. No. You just had to keep attacking me for some stupid reason and not giving me any chance to explain. You never took responsibility for all your problems and just like everybody else, you just decided to dump them all on me. Well, I'm not going to be anyone's dump site anymore. It's time I put you out of my misery once and for all. Ranma's fist cocked back even further and then hurtled toward Ryoga's head. With the power backing it, the blow would split Ryoga's head like the right melon. Eric! Stop! The blazing fist stopped within an inch of contacting with Ryoga's face as a small wind was stirred up. Ranma looked over his shoulder with an angry glare as Gala appeared behind him with her hands held out in a pleading gesture. On her forehead, the tattoo symbol glowed with a soft red light. "Please, Eric. No more." He's had enough. Eric began to feel the soothing energies of Gala's presence begin to wash over him and his battle aura started to diminish. However, one final burst of rage made itself known as he threw Ryogi away like a broken rag doll, causing the unconscious and nearly dead martial artist to crash into another wall. He then let off a scream of pure, unadulterated anguish to the heavens above. As the adrenaline and berserk rage finally wore off, he slumped down to his knees. Gala immediately went to his side and knelt down, cradling his head in her lap as he started to sob. Why can't they all just leave me alone? I gave up my name. I gave up my life. What the fuck more do I have to do to get them to go away? Eric cried out as tears flowed. SHHHH, it's alright, Eric. Gala soothed. I'm here for you. Just let it all out. As Ranma continued to cry, Gala looked over to where Ryoga lay and her eyes narrowed as she extended a hand toward him. The tattoo that was hidden on the back of her hand appeared as she began working her healing magic. However, unlike Brody, the tattooed priestess had decided not to heal all of his injuries and made certain that when Ryoga awoke, he'd still feel all the pain. He had no right to have hurt Brody or attack her beloved like that. As she had said before, the enemy of her husband was her enemy as well. With that thought, she decided to add something extra as she drew a pattern in the air with her index finger. The symbol briefly appeared on Ryoga's forehead, then vanished as Gala continued with her healing magic. Much later, Eric, won't you talk with me? Gala asked as she sat kneeling on the living room floor while Ranma quietly made dinner in the kitchen. After finishing with her healing, she had Ryoga placed in a nearby emergency ward and had brought Ranma back to their apartment. Since that time, she had also healed the injuries that Ranma had suffered in the battle, but he had remained silent since then. Ranma shook his head and replied, "I don't feel like talking with anyone. Not that it matters. No one ever listens to me. Not my father. Not the Tendos. And especially not girls. No offense to you, but girls are nothing but trouble and they don't consider anything that I have to say as important. Just about all the problems I had in Nerima were linked one way or another to girls. So why bother?" Gala felt a pang of hurt at his harsh words, but knew deep in her heart that he really didn't mean it. That was his bitterness talking and she had to get through that wall he had erected. She then took a deep breath and said quietly, "I'll listen." This caught Ranma off guard as he turned his head to her. "What?" I said. "I'll listen to anything that you have to say. You want to listen to me?" Ranma asked tentatively. To him, this was an absolute first. After all the craziness that he had endured in Nerima, a girl was actually willing to hear what he had to say before trying to hit him, either with a mallet or with affection. "You're just trying to make me feel better, aren't you?" Gala shook her head. "I truly wish to listen to you and learn more about you. Maybe I did make you uncomfortable at first, but I truly believe that you are a wonderful person underneath that abrasive surface. Please, Eric, can't we just talk?" Ranma paused for a long time as he looked into those innocent eyes of the tattooed girl. There was something about those violet depths that made even Akan's so-called cute smile seem like nothing. She was emitting an honesty that he found both appealing, yet scared him at the same time. At this moment, she was acting like Kasumi, or a certain goddess of the present that we all know and love, and was showing him a kindness that he rarely ever knew. However, unlike the eldest Tendo daughter, who tended to ignore the bad things about people, especially about Akan's violent tendencies and the chaos that surrounded Ranma's life, Gala was willing to accept Ranma as he was. "You are really serious?" Ranma exclaimed as Gala nodded. "You really want to hear what I have to say? Your words are important to me, Eric," Gala affirmed. The martial artist found himself at a loss for words. This had never happened to him before. For the first time in his life, a girl was actually willing to hear him out. Ranma continued to look at the tattooed girl for a long time before finally asking her, "You really want to listen to me? No strings attached or anything? Why would I ask for anything?" the girl said in confusion. Ranma was almost overwhelmed at her honesty to him. He was actually with a girl who thought that his opinions and feelings were important. It was a totally new feeling for him and he was somewhat unsure of how to handle it. Finally, he nodded as he took a deep breath and sat down in front of Gala. Then he began to talk. Ranma began at the beginning, with his earliest memories of his training and the hardships he had to endure under his idiotic father, Genma. He told her of the various engagements and all the problems that had accumulated when he had come to Juzenkyo, then later to Japan. He informed her of the events which led to his problems with Ryoga as well as Muse, Kuno and all his other rivals. He even told her of Ryoga's curse, since he considered that he was no longer Ranma Sodom and therefore was not bound by his promise to the lost boys. Most of all, he told her of the various girls who treated him as nothing more than a prize to be fought over and the countless acts of abuses that he had to endure with Akan. It was partially his hope that Gala would give up this silly idea about being married and go home, though he did felt a pang of regret at hurting her. After all this time, he had gotten used to her, though her personality did remind him a lot of a certain purple-haired Amazon he once knew. What set her apart from Shampoo was her honesty and willingness to actually give him a chance to speak. Furthermore, she was kind-hearted like Kasumi and showed a loyalty that he admired. Even though she appeared flighty and somewhat a bubblehead, she wasn't stupid. Gala began to understand why he was so set against getting close to a girl. If any man had been subjected to the kinds of pressure that he had to experience, then he too would have sworn off women. However, she also knew that he did have a kind heart, deep down that he was a good person, despite his outward personality. When Ranma finally finished with his long explanation of his previous life in Nerima, he took a long sigh and said to her, "Well, now that you know everything, I guess you can understand why I want nothing to do with girls. Still want me as your husband?" Ranma said the last part with a bit of a bitter edge to it. However, Gala surprised him again as she leaned over to where he was sitting and kissed him tenderly on the mark she had made on his forehead when they first met. "You bet." "What?" He leaned back in confusion at the smiling Tattoon priestess. Ball nodded as she explained. "I can understand that why you were so angry at that Ryoga person. He had no right to have attacked you or hurt Brody like that. He's just as much as the pig that he turns into. He deserved what he got, though I think that you went a little too far. As for those other people, the enemies of my husband are my enemies too. You really don't." Gala shook her head, cutting him off. "I mean it, Eric. All those people had no right to have forced those things on you. And I also know that you really are a good person deep down inside. You're so very kind." "Me?" Gala nodded as she began to tell Ranma of what Brody and Diner had told her. Flashback. Diner, narrating. "We didn't take Eric's words seriously. Guess what? Those football players caught up with us. They totally humiliated us in front of everyone. Then Eric showed up. We now see a scene in which the bullies are suddenly beset by Ranma and are beaten down in short order as both Brody and Diner look on in awe. When the bullies are littering the landscape, Ranma simply walks away." Diner, narrating. "We never saw anyone fight with such ferocity, like it was personal or something." We now see Brody and Diner calling after Ranma. "Hey man, whose side are you on? I guess we owe you one, right?" Ranma angrily turned around and glared at the two. No, you don't. Just don't do anything stupid and pick a fight with someone stronger than you. End of flashback. I know how you hate it when the weak are picked on by the mighty. Gala said. You had much honor, far more than that Ryoga or those other people could ever hope to achieve. And the way you came to Brody's defense just shows just how much you care. Ranma found himself at a loss of words as Gala leaned over and gently kissed his forehead again. No matter what happens, Eric, I'll always be on your side. Yet another rarity. A girl who was on his side. The marital artist just didn't know what to do. He couldn't get rid of Gala. And yet, did he really want to? Gala could only smile at her husband's bewilderment. Meanwhile, in Nerima, I protest. The heavens would weep at 500,000 yen. Take it or leave it, Kumo baby. Unless you want your beloved big-tailed girl to remain in Ranma's clutches. Sold. Alright, Kumo. Just meet me after school tomorrow and I'll give you Ranma's whereabouts. Nabiki smirked as she hung up the phone. It had been a very profitable night. After months of searching and following countless false leads, she had finally gotten a hold of where Ranma was now living. Takuya Shibana's theory had proven to be correct. Ranma had gone to Hiroshima. After following up on Ranma's new name of Eric Kobayashi, she had managed to access the academic register of the local high schools that had taken on new students in the last 6 months. Though she wasn't as proficient with computer hacking as the computer club members, she did possess some considerable talent and a head for numbers. After long hours of sifting through thousands of names, she had finally found the records of one student who had recently moved to Hiroshima from Tokyo, specifically from the district of Nerima. The student's name was Eric Kobayashi. She had to admit that it had been an almost perfect getaway. If the head of those computer nerds hadn't slipped up, then she would have never been able to find Ranma. Nabiki looked at the money she had already collected from Shampoo, Yukio, Kodakai and Moose, which amounted to a large fortune. However, even adding the amount that Kumo was going to pay her was pocket change, compared to the money she would make when she once again had Ranma under her control. The middle Tendo daughter decided that now was the time to let her family in on Ranma's whereabouts, for a small fee of course. She would need their help to drag Ranma home, but come home he would. He had no choice in the matter and that was that. She owned him and as her property, he was going to have to accept that fact. Nabiki didn't know that she was starting on a road to her own demise as she went to tell her family and Genma of where Ranma was. Things were going to get hot in Hiroshima, very soon. One final scene. Nodoka was tired after shopping all day and decided to stop at a coffee shop for some tea, before heading back to her relatives. As she sat down, she was greeted by one of Eric's co-workers. "Hello again, what can I bring for you today?" "Green tea please." She gazed at her server for a moment. What happened to the other server? The one with the mark on his forehead. Oh, Eric, today's his day off. Should I tell him that you are looking for him, Miss Kobayashi? No, no, Kobayashi. Kobayashi? Are you related to him? No. I don't have any relatives named Eric, and Kobayashi is a fairly common last name. In any case, I only use my maiden name when I'm in Hiroshima, since I do have family here. I see. So you know Eric? Oh yes. I've seen him several times over the last few months. He's usually here whenever I come to Hiroshima to visit my family. I find him to be very charming, despite that gruff attitude of his. He's assertive, bold and not afraid to express himself. Oh, he's so manly, and any girl who captures his heart would be extremely lucky. The server cocked his head in slight puzzlement, but decided not to argue. If you say so. I've heard that he has a girlfriend now. A real beauty from what I hear. Nodoka clasped her hands together. Really? How wonderful. I must remember to ask Eric to introduce her to me the next time I see him. It sounds like you and Eric are really close. The waiter commented as he went to fill Nodoka's order. The wife of Genma smiled as she thought back to the last time she had seen Eric. She had found his wild, carefree spirit to be invigorating, and his rough exterior made him seem so strong and sure. The scar on his forehead just added to his rugged good looks. He knew exactly what he wanted in life and didn't beat around the bush to get it. He was forceful, direct, and didn't hesitate. That was a true mark of a man among men. However, he never failed to serve her with a smile, and she could tell that he had a kind soul. He had soon become a favorite with Nodoka, and now he had a girlfriend. Further proof of his manliness. Ah, if Ranma turns out to be even half as manly as Eric, then I would be so happy. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of the rewrite of this chapter. Yes, it is a bit more violent, but I wanted to convey just how anguished Ranma/Eric was, as well as fill in some plot holes. This isn't the old Ranma that we know of. The original knew which lines not to cross. This new one doesn't even acknowledge those lines, as he knows that they were what was holding him back, and causing new problems to appear, as well as having old ones to repeat themselves. Furthermore, Eric does not consider himself as Ranma anymore, so he doesn't play by those old rules. That outdated code of Ranma showed him is for weenies. Eric's new code is simple: don't bother me, and I won't have to break you. For all those who think that Ryoga is portrayed as a homicidal maniac, well, think about it. His biggest secret has been revealed, and his worst nightmare has come true. Akan hates him. However, does he realize that it was his fault in the first place for not telling her? Does he ever realize it in the original story? Does he ever take responsibility for his mistakes? No. What does he do? He blames it on Ranma, like everyone else. Typical. Ryoga fans may say that he has a sense of honor, but I tend to think of it as a skewed version that's similar to Kuno's. He'll only use it when it suits him, and disregards it when it gets in his way. If he were truly honorable, he wouldn't have teamed up with Moose, nor kept Shampoo's waterproof soap, which didn't belong to him. He wouldn't have tried to attack Ranma in his sleep. He tends to fight in a reckless manner, and in several cases, endangers innocent bystanders. Ryoga is pretty much like Kuno and Moose. They are driven by obsession and pride, which centers on the love of their lives, and the threat that Ranma represents to their goal to win the affection of the girl each one desires. They each may portray it differently, but it's still an obsession. And it is because of that obsession that they develop very narrow-minded views of their past actions, rationalizing them as correct, when simple logic denounces them as dishonorable or downright ludicrous. This story portrays Ranma as he changes to a more direct and independent person who takes charge of his own destiny, while the personalities of the other characters remain the same. What will happen? Obviously, there's going to be a lot of friction and conflicts. Can you blame Ranma for getting killed? All he wants is to start over and find the peace that was denied in his previous life. To paraphrase an old song lyric, he's saying that you can take this life and shove it. Wouldn't you do the same? In any case, that's enough rambling and I better start working on the next chapter rewrite. Chapter 5 Chapter 5 Havoc in Hiroshima Tattoon Ranma Disclaimer. Well, I've got to disclaim, so here at Island Tattoon Master and Ranma one half belong to their own respective creators, so don't bother me anymore about petty details. Thoughts Chapter 5 Havoc in Hiroshima in the district of Nerima. Certain parties were busily packing as they prepared for a trip to fulfill their dreams. However, unknown to any of them, the person in which they intended to retrieve to realize said dreams had changed in ways they would have never imagined. They all assumed that Ranma was the same naive, arrogant and clueless sap as he was before he had gotten angry and left. They had even disregarded that fateful day when Ranma had abandoned them and left without a trace. Now, with the information that Nebiki had provided for them, at a very inflated prices of course, all parties were ready to claim their prize. However, they all did not take one factor in account. The prize would not be as willing to return as they believed. The Tendo home. Oh happy day. The schools will finally be joined. Soon cried tears of happiness as he and Genma continued to pack their bags. Yes, Tendo. As soon as we get that boy of mine back here, we'll hold the wedding right away. Oh, my little Lakan is getting married. I'm so happy. The two of them paused to take a pose. It's Soon's and Janma's operation get them hitched. They said simultaneously. Nebiki nodded as ran through the files. She had to give Ranma credit. He had actually managed to pull off a near-perfect escape. He had recruited some help from the computer nerds at Furinken, who had hacked through her security measures via the telephone modem. That was just after Ranma had obtained the codes from her personal hard copy files that she kept hidden in a secret panel underneath her bed. Apparently, He had learned some very fulfilling skills from Genma. All of her files which concerned his outstanding debts and his secrets had been erased. The files that she had on the entire computer club and their debts were also wiped out by a virus that they had planted. In return, Ranma had helped them with the school bullies before he had left. Afterwards, those techno-geeks had used her files to free more than half the student body and 2/3 of the teaching staff from her control. Nebiki snorted. Ranma actually used his brain instead of his fists and succeeded in something that didn't involve the martial arts. It had been a very neat operation and she would have never expected something as complex as this from him. Well, as soon as Ranma was brought back to Tokyo, Nebiki was going to be more on her toes and make certain that he doesn't pull another fast one. Ranma was just too big an income generator to let go. Kuno was in the mood for more photos of his pig-tailed goddess, and Nebiki's supply had been all but exhausted since Ranma's departure. Then there were the betting operations she ran concerning his fights as well. Yet another lucrative sideline in jeopardy because Ranma just wouldn't accept his fate. Finally, there were those secrets that she had ferreted out about him that were worth their weight in gold. Secrets that people paid her to tell and Ranma paid her not to tell. Now without him present to blackmail and all of his files either wiped out or stolen, she would have to start from scratch again when she caught up to him. However, she was more than ready to put Ranma under her thumb again as she continued to pack for an extended trip to Hiroshima. In her room, Akan was barely reining in her anger and tears as she packed her own bags. At PAK. Why do I have to go along? We were never engaged anyway. Akan fumed to herself as she stuffed clothes and other things into her pack. She was still quite furious after learning the truth about P-chan and the fact that Ranma had kept it from her. Naturally, she blamed Ranma for it. It always his fault. It always has been his fault. Even though she had pounded Ryoga for his deceit, she was still hopping mad at Ranma for leaving her in such a situation and all the problems which erupted due to his departure. Yukio had snubbed her every time she came to her restaurant. Shampoo and Kodakai were constantly attacking her, blaming her for Ranma's absence. Kuno was unbearable and those boys at school kept attacking her for dates. It was at this time that she realized that with Ranma gone, she now had to handle things on her own without him taking the blame. Her skills as a martial artist had not improved much since Ranma had come to Nerima. Ranma was no longer there to defend her, so she had to rely on her own mediocre skills, which were pretty much limited to breaking inanimate or slow-moving objects. She had gotten so used to Ranma taking the heat that she had not been training to improve. She had been the best martial artist in Nerima before Ranma came. However, her ranking had been moved from top to bottom. With all the constant fights between him, the fiancees, and the rivals, everyone had been keeping their skills up and steadily getting better but her. Even Kuno had been improving in both endurance, constantly attacking and getting pounded, and sword skill, fighting with Ranma and being constantly defeated by him. Akan found out that she was out of practice. She had let her skills slide. She had been taking more hits every morning and was more exhausted afterwards, especially after dealing with Kuno. It was only because of the fact that Kuno was still restrained from going all out that Akan managed to hold out against him. That fact was of little comfort to her as she continued to blame Ranma for all of her troubles. He had been nothing but trouble as far as she was concerned. He was always insulting her and calling her uncute, never mind the fact that he always defended her. He would never eat her cooking, always going off to eat shampoo, Yukio or Kodakai's food, and then flirt with them. She had worked so hard and he wouldn't even give her meals a try. Okay, so she needed just a little improvement. That was no reason to call her food toxic. Oh, in fact they were close enough, was it? Ranma was nothing but trouble. He was a boorish, rude, egotistical jerk and she would have been better off never knowing him. Akan continued to think this way as she continued to pack, silently making a vow to pound him flat the next time she saw him. The Nakoyanan. "Ma child, we must bring back your groom," Cologne said as she and her great-granddaughter continued to pack. On the outside of the restaurant, a sign was on the door, saying that the establishment would be closed for a few days. Champa can't wait to see Aaron again. The purple-haired girl smiled at the thought of being reunited with her future husband. Ever since he had left Nerima, Shampoo had constantly been pestered by that idiotic, nearly blind Moose. She was more than eager to shower her true love with affection. In fact, she and her great-grandmother had decided that once Ranma was found, he would be taken back to China to fulfill the Amazon law of marriage. Nothing could stop them now. Moose's room. "I won't let you steal my future bride Sodom," Moose thought as he packed for the trip to Hiroshima. Though he had been turned down by Cologne and Shampoo to accompany them, he had decided to go find Ranma first and eliminate him before they find him. Once he was out of the way, there would be nothing to stop him from claiming his beloved. Along with necessities such as spare clothes and bath things, the master of hidden weapons also decided to bring along some new equipment to remove Ranma from the equation once and for all. Despite the fact that Ranma no longer lived in Nerima, Shampoo still pined for him and rebuffed all of Moose's attempts to win her over. His rage over how that egotistical jerk still held sway over Shampoo's affections continued to build over the past months. It was only after he had heard that Shampoo had purchased information about Ranma's current whereabouts that he came to a decision. It had cost him more than a month's salary to get the information from Nebiki, but now he was ready. He had decided that he had been going too easy on his rival for Shampoo's affections in the past. Anger and pride was what had been keeping him from his beloved, so who needed it? Among his usual array of sharp, blunt, chained and varied assortment of melee weapons, he now laid aside the latest additions to his arsenal. This included a submachine gun, pistols, a few fragmentation grenades and several other pieces of military hardware. Ranma will not stop him from achieving his lifelong dream of himself and Shampoo happily living together. He would see to that. The Kumo mansion, Kodakai's laboratory. The twisted sister of Tatewaki was busy preparing to leave for Hiroshima. She was more than anxious to beat the other girls to the prize and claim Ranma as her own. She was certain that the other Haridans must have done something to him to have abandoned his one true love, and she was determined to break him out of whatever spell was cast upon him. Do not worry, Ranma darling. I shall rescue you from their spell. I will follow you to the ends of the earth, if need be. I will make you mine once again. Elsewhere in the bowels of the mansion, the other sibling of the Kuno family was also preparing to leave for Hiroshima. However, the reason why he was going was vastly different from his sisters. Ranma showed him. You shall feel the righteous blade of the blue thunder. I shall rescue the big-tailed girl from your vile clutches and save the beauteous Akan from your foul engagement to her. Besides now, the Hookins, Oran-chan. Why did you leave me? Yukio sighed as she put the closed sign over her front door and hefted her pack over her shoulder and prepared to head for the train station. She had paid out a lot of yen for the scant information that Nebiki had sold to her for Ranma's current whereabouts, but it was better than just sitting around and pining for him. She had always considered herself as the real fiancée and Ranma's best friend. She could understand why he abandoned Akan and Shampoo, but why did he leave her as well? Wasn't she Izukan, the cute fiancée? Why would he be angry with her? Yukio had always thought that she would the best to make Ranma happy, and it would be only a matter of time before he would realize it. She was his best friend after all. Wouldn't she be the most logical choice to be his future wife? She still remembered the harsh words that he had last said to her when he unilaterally broke off all engagements. She couldn't believe that he could say such things or get as angry as he did. She kept telling herself that he really didn't mean those things, but after he had disappeared from Tokyo, her entire life had been filled with doubt. And the only way to relieve those doubts was to find her Ran-chan. And those other Hazis had better not get in her way. Back at the Tendo residence. And just where do you think you two are going? Tappos, I said as his two disciples groveled at his feet. Master. We have finally discerned that Ranma is in the city of Hiroshima and we were going to fetch him back. Genma stuttered as he employed his crouch of the white tiger. Oh? You found Ranma, eh? Tappos, I said as he took a puff from his pipe. Well, I will admit that panty raids have become boring without Ranma around to liven things up. And I have found out that all the other pretty ladies have also gone to find him as well. Without them, all the fun has gone out of it. So I will be accompanying you as well to get my star pupil back. You are coming with us, Master. Soon gulped. Both he and Genma knew about the ancient pervert's appetites, and any trip which involved him always ended up in disaster. They could already see in their minds hordes of angry women chasing after him as he ran with a huge sack of stolen panties and bras over his shoulder. They could see him running out of restaurants and shops without paying for the things he stole. They could also see themselves taking the blame and the repercussions, a role in which Ranma had filled when he was here. They had already experienced it once before during their training journeys and they had no desire to repeat it. They must get Ranma back at all costs. He was the future of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts and their ticket to an early and luxurious retirement. He was the one who should handle Akpo's eyes, not them. Genma winced and silently lamented that he had been cursed with such an ungrateful son who had disregarded his family honor and left his poor father to such misfortune. With Ranma gone, there was no one to keep Akpo's eye in check and the area had suffered major underwear thefts and stolen goods. Though since Ranma had departed, the master had lost interest without any real challenge. However, soon had been pushed to his mental limits at his master's escapades. The integrity of the dojo was at stake and if word should leak out that the infamous underwear thief was living there, no, they must get Ranma back. Genma had already invested too much in that boy to give up on his dream now. Without him, Soon had no reason to let him stay and he certainly couldn't go back home to his wife without their son. He remembered very vividly the contract he had signed for Nodoka when he took Ranma away on that training journey. He preferred to have its head in its present position on his shoulders. Meanwhile in Hiroshima at Ranma's apartment. "Are you sure I can do this, Gala? I mean, I can do martial arts, no problem, but I don't know anything about magic, besides that Jews and Kyo curse I used to have. I'm sure that you will be able to master Tattoon power, Eric. As my husband, you are part of the Tattoon tribe after all and I've seen the power that you possess. You'll do fine." Gala gave her husband a smile as she instructed him to take up a lotus sitting position opposite to her on the floor. Ranma was about to say that they weren't married, but decided to let it go for now. He was always interested in learning new techniques and decided that it wouldn't hurt to get to know Gala better. Little did he know that he would soon need her support, when the Nerima wrecking crew came for him. "So what exactly is this Tattoon power?" Gala thought for a moment before replying to him. "Tattoon power was developed by my tribe to harness the power of nature by using our own life energies to manipulate the mystical properties of the environment around us. It's something like that key power that you use, but much more refined." Ranma had explained his power over key to her during one of his training sessions and it was similar to what she had been taught during her education as a Tattoon High Priestess. She then raised the hand and showed him the symbol that was usually hidden on the back. These mystic tattoos allow us to focus our concentration and shape that power into any form that we wish. She then produced a globe of yellow energy under her hand and closed it into a fist. The energy elongated into a shaft and formed a pulsating energy sword. Ranma's eyes widened as he studied that energy construct. He nodded and held out his own hand with the palm facing up. He began concentrating, focusing his anger into his ki and throughout his brow in intense concentration. Soon a ball of red energy formed above his palm as Ranma continued to increase his concentration. He then closed his fist around that sphere and to Gala's amazement, it too elongated into a shaft of light. However, he was unable to hold it for more than a few seconds and the construct faded away. He let his hand drop as his brow relaxed. At the same time, Gala released her own hold on her sword and made it disappear. Gala was impressed. He almost got it. Eric. That was amazing. Just after seeing me do it once, you almost managed to shape your own energy. Eric nodded as he explained. I've got kind of a talent for absorbing techniques. I guess that's what makes me such a good martial artist. Remember that cologne person I told you about? Oh, I don't like the way she and her great-granddaughter try to trick or force me into following that Amazon law of theirs. She did tell me something once while I was training in one of her techniques. Flashback. My son-in-law, what did you see? Ranma looked at her for a moment after she had demonstrated the Hiroshima. Well, I'm not totally sure, but I think it went something like this. He picked up a stick and then drew a large spiral pattern on the ground. Cologne chuckled a bit and nodded. That's my son-in-law. He picks up on a technique after being shown only once. He rarely has to be shown twice. End of flashback. I usually understand the how of a move, but not really the why of it, Eric finished. Gala nodded. So after seeing me shape my own power, you were able to adapt it to shape your own ki. That's pretty good, but it does have its drawbacks, you know. I noticed that you couldn't hold it for very long. Ranma nodded. Yeah. When I learned how to use my anger to channel my ki, well, I didn't really have a reason to be mad all the time after I had left Nerima. When Ryoga showed up, I had a reason to be royally pissed off. But I was so tired and drained afterwards. Gala nodded. When my tribe developed its powers, we too had first used our emotions to help focus our energies, but we soon learned that it was too erratic and draining for us. We couldn't feel the same way all the time. That was when we developed these tattoos, which allow us to direct and focus our power without draining us. We also used these tattoos to draw power from nature itself to augment our own energies. She then some more tattoos appeared on her arms. Neat. But I really don't know if I want my body punctured with a bunch of tattoos. Don't worry, Eric. These tattoos aren't like the ones you are familiar with. She then made the marks on her hand and arms disappear. They keep out of sight when they're not being used. You've already had one here. She pointed to the mark on his forehead. What? You mean this thing? Ranma pointed to his own forehead. It's just that scratch you gave me when we first met. It'll heal up eventually. Gala shook her head. No, Eric. That is your primary mark. It won't fade away. I had one myself. Gala gestured to the back of her right shoulder as she turned her back to him. She moved the thick blonde tresses of hair to one side and the fabric of her halter top to reveal a small mark on her skin. The mark resembled a kind of star symbol. This is the primary mark that I had been given when I was born. This is the main focal point that I use. All those other tattoos that I had developed during my training as the High Priestess are secondary marks which I can easily hide. I still don't understand what this all has to do with this mark you gave me. It's quite simple, Eric. Did you feel a certain sensation yesterday? Did you somehow feel a need to come to my side when we were attacked by Ryoga? Ranma nodded as he remembered that day. I do remember feeling something. Gala nodded as she gestured Ranma to look toward a nearby wall mirror as she focused her own power. The tattoo that was situated on her own forehead appeared, and to Ranma's surprise, the mark on his own began to glow and change shape. That same sensation that he felt the day before returned as the tattooed girl explained. The crisscross mark now gave off a soft white light as it mirrored the one on Gala's brow. The purpose of our power is not to extend it over others, but to make bonds. You and I are connected, and it is through that bond that you can draw new strength. Gala then dismissed the mark on her head, which caused Ranma's mark to return to its simple design. You've been so consumed with anger and resentment over those who have tried to force their will over you that you have let your rage take control of you. You've isolated yourself, and that's not good. As I have said before, Eric, I'm here for you. You don't need to shun yourself because I'll always be there for you, no matter what. That's real nice to know, Ranma said tentatively, as he was still in a state of disbelief that a girl was actually there for him and would listen to him. It was a whole new experience for him, and it kind of scared him. Thanks. Welcome. Gala replied cheerfully as she continued on with the instructions on how to use Tattoon power. Several hours later, Ranma lay down on his futon and absently looked at the back of his hands. He focused on them and began concentrating as Gala had showed him. A faint outline of tattoos began to form on them. Within those images, he could begin to feel nature's essence begin to flow through them as well as his own ki. However, unlike the anger-driven energy that he normally wielded, this new power was more passive and flowed smoother. The images of the tattoos faded away as he couldn't hold it for more than a few heartbeats. Don't try so hard right now, Eric. Gala cautioned as she was in kitchen and preparing the evening meal. Let your tattoos develop gradually. You'll be able to focus better once they've fully formed. I still can't believe that I have these things. You didn't use any needles or anything to print them on my skin. Just one wave of your own hand and bam. There they are. Ranma had felt no pain at all during the implantation of the two tattoos into his hands. Gala had imprinted the general pattern into his skin and let them take on their own personal design. The one on his left had resembled the Japanese kanji for a wild horse. The one on his right looked like a fancy yin/yang symbol. The tattooed priestess assured her husband that other tattoos will begin to form all over his body as he improves in using the power. like the ones on her body. Ranma's new tattoos will keep hidden, until used. Only his primary mark would remain visible. Gala smiled as she looked at Eric's expression of wonder. Only a few, very special outsiders can properly wield the power of my tribe, and I knew from the start that you'd be able to do it. It's just going to take some more time, that's all. Gala. Yes, Eric? Ranma paused for a very long time as he looked in her eyes. He then gave her a small smile. Thank you for being there for me when nobody else would. The Tattoon priestess smiled back at Ranma. Little by little, she was starting to chip away at that shell of his. A day later. Eric. How nice to see you again. Ranma looked up from the table he had been bussing and smiled as he saw his favorite customer sit down at the counter. After finishing with wiping the table, he went over to greet her. Hello again, Ms. Kobayashi. Nodoka smiled as she gave him an off-handed wave. Please, just call me Nodoka. It wouldn't be proper to address you so informally. Nonsense. We've known each other for months now, and you've always given me exceptional service. I like to think of you as part of my family, since we both have the same last name. Eric shook his head while smiling. Kobayashi is a common name, you know. Yes, I know. Nodoka wistfully gazed at the teen. Still, any mother would be proud to call a nice, strong, handsome young man like you her son. I hear that you now have a girlfriend. The martial artist's cheeks took on a slight red tinge. Well, I guess you could call Gala a girlfriend. I mean, she is a friend, and she is a girl. Nodoka smiled knowingly. So Gala is her name? You simply must tell me all about her. Eric scratched the back of his head nervously. Well, I'm still getting to know her myself. I mean, I'm not too sure about this marriage stuff. But, marriage? The older woman stressed. At such a young age, too. How manly, indeed. You are married to her already? How wonderful. No, that's not what I meant. You're not married to her. Ranma frantically waved his hands in denial. No. Yes. I mean, you're, what was I saying again? Nuts. As Eric tried to figure out how to explain it to Nodoka, he wondered just what was it about her that made him so eager to tell her his feelings. Nodoka was just a regular customer, but there was some quality about her that made him feel warm inside. Every time she asked him a personal question, the martial artist discipline would fly right out of the window. Man, I never got this way back in Nerima. I wonder if my own mother would have been as nosy as she is about my social life. Well, at least I only have to worry about Nodoka asking me about who I'm seeing. I don't have a certain, uncute, jealous and violent tomboy fiancé breathing down my neck anymore. Don't be so sure. Later that day, several figures got off the train from Tokyo. They consisted of 3 girls between the ages of 16 to 19, one bulky, bald man in a white GI with glasses, a very short, very old and very perverted dwarf in a purple GI, and a tall, thin man in a brown GI and a mustache. The Tendo's, Taco's eyes, and Genma Sodom had arrived. Nabiki shook her head as she mentally calculated the cost of the train tickets from the family budget. Without Ranma around to generate income, the Tendo family had to limit their spending. Even with the large sums she had received from Shampoo, Yukio, Kodakai, Kuno and Moose, the trip had been expensive. She was thankful that she didn't have to pay for any further repairs on the Tendo home with Ranma gone, but she was still anxious to get back Ranma and have things put back to normal. I still don't see why we have to be here, Akan said as she angrily got off the train to join her family. We don't need that jerk Ranma, Akan soon scolded as he took on a stoic air. He is your fiancé and he's not my fiancé. The short-tempered girl spat back as she angrily grabbed her luggage. He can go and die for all I care. I never wanted that pervert in the first place. Soon simply smiled as he and Genma watched Akan stomp off to talk with her sisters. Ah, young love, Soon said fondly, oblivious to the obvious tension. Yes, soon. A perfect match. Genma agreed. You see how excited she is now that she will be reunited with Ranma? They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Well said Sodom. We must not delay any longer. As soon as we get Ranma back, we'll hold the ceremony immediately. Yes, and the future of the anything goes will be assured at last. Not to mention my early retirement and life of luxury. Genma silently added. At this point, Taco's eye was thinking about his star pupil and how he was looking forward to nuzzling his face in Ranma-chan's bosom. He wasn't at all worried about Ranma putting up some resistance against returning with them to Nerima. He had just the thing to make certain that he would come along. He may have grown stronger since they last saw him, but even he would not be able to resist once the old pervert had placed the Moxibustion point on him. At the same time, in another part of city, Cologne and Shampoo had disembarked from an earlier train and were now searching for the same person. They were very anxious to find him and had decided to simply drag him back to China once they located him. Cologne also knew of the Moxibustion point and was planning to use it to make her son-in-law more docile. Shampoo was just eager to glomp her iron once more. High above them, a duck with thick glasses was flying overhead, intent on getting to Ranma before the two Amazons did. In a hospital room, Ryoga slowly regained consciousness as he found himself lying in a bed. He found that he couldn't feel a thing in his body as he had been fed massive amounts of sedatives and painkillers which made him a bit groggy. It was just as well that he couldn't feel a thing. With the injuries that he had sustained from the beating he had taken from Ranma, he would have been feeling a whole new level of physical pain. Though Gao's healing spell had taken care of the worst of his injuries, she had decided that he didn't deserve to be spared the pain. So she had cast the spell in which the critical injuries would be mended enough, but the non-lethal damages were not. She had also added a little something extra to ensure that Ryoga would never again try to attack her beloved again. That particular spell would take effect as soon as Ryoga would leave the hospital under his own power. The internal bleeding, shattered ribs and concussion he had received had been completely healed, but the broken arms, mangled wrists, dislocated shoulders, fractured jaw, shattered kneecap, broken collarbone, leg and so on, as well as the multiple bruises and contusions, had not been restored. Gallo had also cast the spell in a special way so that Ryoga would feel the pain of every injury for some time. As of now, the painkillers were the only thing that were keeping him from screaming out in agony. It was at that moment that those medications wore off and all that pain came in like a tidal wave as soon as he tried to move. Why? GG. The hospital shuddered and briefly jumped into the air at Ryoga's scream of pain before settling down its foundations. Then it shuddered again at Ryoga's scream of vengeance. RNMASAUDIOME. You'll pay for this. Speaking of whom. A few days later, Eric sighed as he sat in the classroom, absently staring at his hand as he drummed his fingers on his desk. He wasn't at all interested in the lesson as it was just a very boring lecture about another non-remarkable period in Japan's history. Beside him, Gallo was giving him a concerned look. She was well aware of how angry her beloved had been after that encounter with that awful Ryoga person. He had every right to be angry, of course, and she had been teaching him how to use Tattoon power to get his mind off it. Ranma had been quite enthusiastic about the training, but she could still see the sadness and depression in his eyes. Apparently, he still had strong ties and feelings which concerned his previous life in Nerima. He displayed so much pain and anguish that it tore at Gallo's heart to see him hurt every time the subject cropped up. Brody and Diner had been pressing him about the details about that fight with Ryoga, but a glare and the unspoken promise of pain always made them keep silent. The Tattoon girl was feeling a bit helpless at the fact that her husband was tearing himself inside and was lashing out with anger and frustration. The bond that she shared with Ranma made her quite aware to his inner feelings. She knew that his gruff exterior only hid the more fragile and sensitive side within. She felt the emotions of his entire life, and after what he had told her about his past, she was more than understanding of what he was going through. She mentally made a note to redouble her efforts to get him to open up more. Unlike those other girls, Gallo was willing to listen. In front of them, Lisa gave both Eric and Gallo an irritated look. She just couldn't believe that any girl could fawn over that jerk. The way that blonde floozy showered him with affection was just sickening. Didn't Gallo have any pride as a female? Lisa found herself surprised at getting angry at Gallo and her treatment of Eric. What made her more angry was the fact that Eric wasn't giving her his usual woman-hating attitude and was actually tolerating her presence. when a small part of her was telling her that she was feeling a bit jealous at the attention Eric was giving her. She immediately went into denial and banished that silly thought from her mind. However, that tiny nagging doubt would not go away. Mythos knew that he was getting close as he walked through the streets of Hiroshima in his human form. He could sense it. It was only a matter of time before he came face to face with the one obstacle to his beloved shampoo. And he was ready for him. The new weapons in his robes were primed and loaded. He had enough firepower and explosives to take out an entire city block. Though using guns and such weapons seemed out of character for a martial artist, Mythos had no compunctions against using them in battle against his hated foe. He would win Shampoo's love, by any means possible. He was confident that he would at last triumph against Ranma. With the new additions to his arsenal, his rival wouldn't stand a chance, even with that new technique of his. Amazingly enough, even with his nearsightedness, he was actually heading in the right direction toward his quarry. He was nearing the high school in which Ranma was currently attending. Akan angrily threw her suitcase and packed down on the bed of the hotel room and then sat down beside them. She was still quite angry at being in Hiroshima on some fool's errand. What did they need that Ranma for? He had been nothing but trouble since he came to Nerima. She and her family would have been better off without him. Ever since he arrived at her home, her entire world had been turned upside down. She had been the envy of all her friends and schoolmates. She had been the best martial artist in Nerima and the most popular girl in school. All the boys wanted her, especially Kuno. Why else did they go through the trouble of challenging her for a date? Though she despised those perverts and their overtures, and especially the ones that came from the blue blunder, she did like being the center of attention. She had been at the top, with no one who could match her skills. She was the heir to a prestigious martial arts dojo. She was revered to be the best and none could even come close to her status. Then Ranma came along. In less than a day, her status as the best martial artist as well as being the focal point of attention was destroyed. She was no longer Akan, the best martial artist in Nerima. She had been downgraded to Akan, the fiancee to Ranma Sodom. That's how people called her after the pig-tailed boy came onto the scene. She had despised being forcibly engaged to some boy and people became more interested in the newcomer than in her. She had thought that her father would give up this stupid nonsense about uniting the schools, but he and Apaka's father were dead set to seeing it through. And when trouble followed Ranma from China and from his past, things just kept on going from bad to worse. It had been Ranma's fault in the beginning and it was always his fault that all those problems came to her home. Though she had consistently denied having any feelings for the heir to the Sodom school, there were times in which she actually tolerated, and even liked his company. However, he would always make her so angry that those brief moments were always forgotten and he'd received a pounding. He always deserved it naturally for calling her names and berating her cooking. Akan snorted in disgust. She wanted this to be over and done with so she could get on with her life. Without Ranma. It was at that moment that she shivered a bit at the thought of her world without Ataka and found that a part of her didn't want such a thing. She angrily pushed those feelings aside and continued to fume about how this entire mess was Ranma's fault. The school day ended with no fanfare as the students began filing out of the main building and headed home. Eric and Bella were walking together, along with Brody and Diner as they neared the main gate. Both Brody and Diner continued to prod Eric on the events which occurred yesterday. "Come on, Eric, give us the details," Diner asked. "Yeah, I mean what was up with that guy and why was he so pissed off when he saw you?" Brody said. Ranma growled menacingly as he turned to address the two. "Listen, you dopes. I told you before that I don't want to talk about it. I have my reasons." "What reasons are those?" Brody asked. The former heir to the Anything Goes held up a hand and replied in a very low, but dangerous voice. "I'll give you 5 very good reasons why you shouldn't ask." He then began folding his fingers while counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. He then held up his clenched fist to them while surrounding it with an intense red aura. 5. Both boys gulped and gave him sheepish smiles while backing off. "Those are very good reasons," Diner said while nervously laughing. "Yeah, you can't any better reasons than those," Brody agreed. Ranma nodded as he lowered his fist and turned to Bella. "Let's go home." The Tattoon priestess nodded as she waved goodbye to Brody and Diner. However, before they could walk a dozen feet, her beloved suddenly stiffened up as he felt the presence of someone familiar. They were just passing by the statue of the school's founder. There was a slight whisper and she was immediately swept up into Ranma's as he shouted out a warning. "Look out!" Bella saw the flash of metal as she was instantly carried off from the spot from where they had just been. There was a loud series of clanging noises as several sharp spikes, chains and knives hit the pavement. She then saw a figure in a white robe and wearing a goofy-looking mask standing on a nearby wall and looking down on them. Here, I finally found you." Ranma showed him. Eric growled again as he set Bella down and glared at his attacker. First that big boy and now this idiot. Without taking his eyes off Moose, Ranma said to his companion, "Bella, get everyone as far back from this place as you can." "What's going on, Eric?" Ranma shook his head. "No time to explain. Get everyone back." Bella paused for a moment, before nodding, realizing that this stranger was yet another one of her beloved old rivals. She quickly began waving to anyone who was watching to get back. Moose leapt down from the wall to land a few meters away from the one he despised the most. "Here. At last I will finally remove the one obstacle to my darling shampoo." He then pointed a finger. Ranma showed him. "Prepare to meet your end." "What the hell are you talking about, you nearsighted moron? And I'm over here." Students who were watching this exchange were wondering why the newcomer was addressing the statue of the founding father of their school. Who sneered as he continued to address the figure of stone. You think you can hide from me, Ranma Sodom? I can see through that lame disguise and I'm right over here, you moron. Eric yelled before the crowds began to laugh. That was when Moose took off his mask, pulled out his Coke bottle glasses and saw that he was talking to a statue. He then turned and saw his real foe, standing before him with arms crossed. Oh, there you are. Now Ranma Sodom, you shall feel the righteous wrath of the master of hidden weapons as I claim my darling shampoo and... Oh, spare me, Eric said while cutting him off. What's your problem, Moose? I told you before that I want nothing to do with shampoo. Besides, I don't even live in Tokyo anymore. Don't think you can try to talk your way out of this one, Ranma Sodom. Moose roared as he held out his sleeved arms and prepared to attack. Shampoo would have given her love to me if it were not for you. She and that old mummy are in Hiroshima now looking for you. But I'm going to make certain that they never find you. Once you are gone, then there won't be anyone to stand in my way to claim my shampoo. What? They're here too. Ranma growled as he realized that he had to deal with those Amazons once again. Meanwhile, the people in the crowds were wondering what was going on. What's this guy talking about? He wants to kill Eric for some shampoo. Why doesn't he just go to the nearest store? His name is Moose. Why did he just talk to that statue? Moose fumed as he prepared to unleash his full fury at his most hated rival. Enough talk. It's time we settled things once and for all. I shall at last prove myself worthy of Shampoo's love. Ranma tensed up as he went into a ready stance. If you're looking for a fight, then bring it on. Your hidden weapon techniques didn't mean a thing to me before, and they don't mean squat to me now. We'll see about that. In the past, you've only sampled a small part of my arsenal. For the love of shampoo, me. It was at that moment that crowd screamed as Moose pulled out a submachine gun and opened fire. To be continued. Author's notes once again. Many of my readers are probably thinking that I'm a real stinker for leaving them hanging like this, but this chapter was pretty long and I do need to sleep. As for Moose now resorting to guns is out of character for him, all I can say is why not? I mean, he's used lethal measures against Ranma before with knives, spikes, spears, swords, and even high explosives. What's the difference? Guns are just fancy versions of projectile weapons such as bows, crossbows and slingshots. I kind of think of Moose like the ninja who uses surprise and underhand tactics. Humor is not really a strong point as compared with getting the job done. I rather believe that in the past, Moose more or less relied on traditional weapons. However, to him, any object can be used as a weapon, so it really isn't as unbelievable for him to use firearms. Also, his obsession over shampoo makes him rationalize things which are completely against the martial artist's code of honor. And he has attacked Ranma before with innocent bystanders in the way. In any case, Ranma is not going to stand for it as he and Moose mix it up, and we will be seeing more interaction between him and Gala as the rest of the Nerima crew comes a-calling. The revision to this chapter is relatively minor, with grammar and spelling checked and the added scene with Nodoka talking with her son. Neither one is aware that they are mother and son. Chapter 6 Chapter 6 Another Solution. Tattoon Ranma disclaimer. I don't want to disclaim. Thoughts. Chapter 6 Another Solution. Look out! Eric shouted as he dove to push the innocent bystanders out of the way. Unfortunately, Moose was unconcerned with such insignificant details as he continued to fire with the submachine gun in his hands. His hatred for the one who still held his beloved's heart was so great that he no longer cared about such petty concerns such as pride, humor, or any other aspect of civilized thinking. He just couldn't believe that after all the years of devoting himself to shampoo, after countless rejections, the sacrifices he had made, even after Ranma had flat out rejected and left shampoo, his intended bride was still determined to win that jerk and ignored her loyal Moose. Life was just so unfair. No. The only way for Shampoo to finally forget about Ranma was to remove him from the equation. Permanently. Only then would she truly realize that only he, Moose the master of hidden weapons, was the only man that was worthy of her. And if anyone got in the way, then they were obstacles. And in accordance to Amazon law, obstacles were meant for killing. To the myopic Moose, Ranma was the biggest obstacle of them all. And if that meant that he had to destroy all other obstacles to achieve his main objective, then so be it. The crowds began screaming and ducking for cover as the enraged Amazon tried to gun down the agile martial artist. Many students fell over themselves as they pushed and shoved to get out of the line of fire. When the deadly barrage was about to hit the first of the innocent bystanders, it seemed like it was the end. Eric gritted his teeth as he threw himself in front of the crowds. He knew that his fellow students would not be able to avoid being hit and decided on a sacrificial move by placing himself between Moose and the crowds. It looked as if he would be killed along with his peers, as he saw Moose take aim and pulled the trigger. Now you die, or Anime-sao. What the? However, in that instant, a sudden hurricane blast of wind was swept up in front of Moose, causing him to be carried up into the air like a leaf. His shots went wide and he soon lost his grip on his weapon as he was tossed about by the gale's force winds. He was sent flying off into the distance as Eric watched him with shock. Eric turned around and saw Gala standing with one arm extended and her feet spread apart. He clearly saw the mystic tattoos on her forehead and the backs of her hands glowing brightly as winds whipped around her. She then relaxed and let her tattoos fade away as the air currents died down. "Are you all right, Eric?" Gala asked as she rushed to her beloved. Ranma nodded as he realized that the Tattoon priestess must have summoned up that wind to throw Moose away before a stray bullet hit anyone. "I'm fine, Gala. Thank you. I'm so glad that you're all right." Gala said as she jumped up and tightly embraced him. Ranma gently pushed her back as he looked in the direction where Moose had been thrown. His eyes narrowed, as he knew that his old rival would return. He couldn't afford to wait for that to happen. If what had just occurred was any indication, more innocents would be endangered. No. Just as he had done with Ryoga, Ranma knew that he would have to have it out with Shampoo's sweeter, once and for all. Gala, make sure that everyone is alright. I have to go. Eric. Wait. Gala called after him as he quickly leapt up to a nearby rooftop and ran in the direction of where Moose had been thrown. He was gone in an instant, leaving only a shocked crowd and a very concerned girl, who was soon joined by another. Who the hell was that? Lisa demanded as she ran up with her longbow drawn and an arrow launched. Gala could only shake her head sadly as she continued to gaze in the direction where her beloved had disappeared. It had begun again. A few blocks away. Moose landed hard in a garbage dumpster behind a shopping center, making a loud, crashing noise and sending refuse scattering everywhere. He moaned as his entire body ached from the impact. Though he did carry an insane amount of metallic and sharp weapons, he also had a fair amount of padding in those robes, which was probably what saved his spine from shattering from the landing. He gritted his teeth as he struggled to haul himself from the trash. Damn you, Ranma. Moose fumed as he dragged himself out of the metal trash bin. Where the hell did that wine come from? Then the hidden weapons master incorrectly assumed that Ranma had caused that sudden tornado.